はいどうもりょういちです。それではアガサ・クリスティオリエント急行殺人事件をやっていきたいと思います。さあでは続きやっていきましょう。まあ全体的には中盤ぐらいなのかといったところ、ちょっとずつね事件の真相に近づいていますね。過去の事件ともつながりが出てきたし、事情聴取を続ける。6人か。ここは
Captain Arbuthnot, I beg your pardon.
タイ。
But could you answer a few questions for me?
I'm grateful you found my ticket, Poirot, but now
今は
is
都合
not
が悪い。
convenient.
なんだ
I certainly didn't expect such a resistance.
事情聴取拒否か。こっちは誰もいない。もう一回やったらなんかあるかな。
I need to be sure before accusing
証拠を固めてから。なるほど。証拠か。他の人をまず証言取って、大尉のなんかあれか、言い逃れできないことを探すか。ここは私の部屋だ。ここの人は聞いたな。205はいない。
Most of the passengers pass by the bar during the day. They eat, drink, write. Maybe I can use this information for my investigation.
なんだ、右利きの人と左利きの人を見分ける方法。それは字じゃない。一番は字か料理かスマホとか。要請、観察するよう。直接尋ねる。嘘つかれる可能性あるからな。乗客たちの情報がないかブークに尋ねる。ミスター・フォーシェに要請してみるか。
Adequate.
よし。
Yes, it could work. He appears to be an observant young man and serves the passengers regularly.
そして何かを書いてもらうのがいいか。
Good job.
Good job.
Yes, if I ask them to write something trivial, they may do it instinctively with their dominant hand.
ミスター・ミシェルに注視するよう頼む。すでに調査した乗客たちがどちらの手を使っていたか思い出す。思い出すのもあり。
Yes. Yes, I will remember which people
思い出してあんの
used
か
their
な。
right or left hand. That was easy.
誰か書いてたか。
Mademoiselle Debenham, I have
Debenham.
a few questions for you.
Of course.
昨晩のこと。
Let's start with your movements last night.
There's little to tell. I went to bed and slept.
Did you know the man who was killed?
I saw him for the first time during lunch yesterday.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, if I believed in auras, I might say he seemed
負のオーラ。
dark.
住所書いてもらおうか。
Would you mind writing your address on this paper for me?
Not at all.
右利きですね。どう見ても右利きです。
That's it. Mademoiselle Debenham is right-handed. Do you recall what time Mademoiselle Olsen went to get some aspirin from Madame Hubbard?
I remember glancing at the clock. She left our room just after 10:30 p.m.
10時
Was
半
she
過ぎ
away for a long time?
About 5 minutes.
5分ほど
Confirms what
証言と一
Madame
致
Hubbard told me.
なるほど喫
Do you
煙者
smoke by any chance?
No, I never have.
お黄色の着物
Do you own a scarlet nightgown?
No, it isn't mine.
Whose then?
I don't know. What do you mean?
You do not say, I have no such thing. You say, it isn't mine, meaning that you know who it belongs to. Am I
なるほど
correct?
Oh, I see. No.
5時
I
頃に
woke
目
up
が
this
覚めた
morning about 5 a.m. with the feeling that the train had been standing still
部
for a
屋の
long
ドアを
time.
開けると
I opened the door, and I saw someone in a scarlet kimono
廊下を
some
歩
way
いてる
down
のが
the
見えました
corridor. Her back was turned.
背
It
中を
was
向けてい
impossible
た
to see who it was.
I understand.
なるほど
Thank you for your assistance, mademoiselle. Mademoiselle, I am
この
sorry
人
to
は誰だ
disturb you, but I need to ask you
この
a
人
few
あんまり知らないな
Are you the investigator?
I am.
We are lucky you are on the train. What do you want to know?
昨晩のこと
I hear, mademoiselle, that you were the last person
あで
to
もこの
see
人
the
が
murdered man
あれか
alive.
I
最後
do
に見
not
た人
know. It may be so. I
間
opened the
違って
door
開
of
けて
his
しまった
compartment by mistake. I was much ashamed. It was a most awkward mistake.
You actually saw him?
Yeah, he was
本を
reading a
読んで
book.
いた
And what did you do after that, mademoiselle?
I went into the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. I asked her for some aspirin, and she gave it to me. I usually carry extra aspirin for the refugees, but I gave mine to a camp in Turkey. They needed it more than me.
なるほどこの人はでもどこの人だ看護師なのかななんか治療してそうな感じだったな年齢は若くはないが72ほどは言ってないでしょうさすがにどこで別に生まれは言ってないかわからんなドイツ人スウェーデンかでもいきなりスウェーデン出てくるかなまあいいやあスウェーデン
Et voilà.
Communication door.
Did Mrs. Hubbard ask you whether the communicating door between her compartment and that of
あ
Monsieur
掛け金の
Ratchet was
確認
Yes.
あったな
bolted? And was it?
Yes.
閉まってい
And
ました
after that, what did you do?
After that, I went back to
アスピリンを
my
飲んで寝た
compartment, took the aspirin, and lay down. That was around 10
10時50分頃
Is there
同室
anyone
者は
else in your compartment?
Yeah, a young
イ
English
ギリス
lady.
人の若い女性
Very nice, very amiable.
After the train left
誰だ
Vinkovsky, did she leave the compartment?
No, I am sure she did not.
Why are you so sure if you were asleep?
I sleep very lightly. I am used to waking at a sound. I am sure that if she had come down from the berth above, I should have awakened.
Did you yourself leave the compartment after that?
Not until this morning.
朝まで寝ていた
Do you have a
えー
scarlet silk kimono, mademoiselle?
着
No,
物
indeed. I have a good, comfortable dressing gown of Jaeger material.
喫煙者。
Do you smoke, mademoiselle?
No, I can't stand the smell of tobacco.
吸わないね。で、住所。
Perhaps you will be so amiable as to write me down your address.
With pleasure.
右利きか。
Mademoiselle Olsen is indeed right-handed.
オッケーオッケー。
This was a very interesting conversation, mademoiselle. I thank
情
you.
報が集ま
If
っ
you
て
have
きて
any
ます。
other questions, I'll be in my compartment.
覚えきれません。
Mr. Poirot.
矛盾が生まれてる。どこに？デブナムとオールソンがした証言の矛盾を暴く証拠。矛盾ありましたっけ？夜の間ずっと寝ていた。アスピリンを服用。30分に。で、55分に寝た。夜の間ずっと客室から出なかった。デブナムが目撃したんだよな。そうか、オールソンによるとデブナムは夜の間ずっと寝ていたのにもかかわらず、デブナムが午前5時頃目撃したってのがあれか。でも朝5時だからな。朝5時だったら起きて夜とは言えないけどな。それか寝ててわかるのか問題。オールソンは客室から出なかった。夜の間、午前5時は夜なのか。わからんけど。合ってた。午前5時はほぼ朝だけどな。部屋を出る音をミズ・オールソンは聞いてるはずだ。まあ5時だ。まあ、どの道聞いてないのはおかしいってこと。
Strange, this story. If Mademoiselle Olsen is such a light sleeper, why didn't she tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham getting out of bed? She even made a point to tell me the opposite. My little gray cells did not let me down.
こっちもある。聞き手の追跡。あ、思い出せるってことか。ああ、写真付きだ。助かる。ワイングラスを右手で持ってるから右利きかな。
Right.
車掌のミシェルは右手で書いてるな。こういうのもちょっとしたあれかヒントになってない。これ画像なかったら覚えてないな。さすがに現実だったらもうダメじゃん。全然ダメじゃん。全部観察しとかないと。右利きか。そんな事件起きるかどうかもわからないのに全員の利き手をそんな覚えてん。やばいな。ミシェルは右利き。まだ2人だけか。左利きの人物はこの他か。事情聴取を進めよう。この人はこの人右利きだ。右手で書いとる。お前、あなた誰ですか？黒さん、こんにちはです。こっちの人もあんまり話してないからな。でも、どっちだ？右手でコーヒーカップを持ってるな。右手でコーヒーカップを持ってるな。一応。
I'll keep an eye on them instead.
またか、新しいノード来た。 全員右利きっぽかったけどな。残されてる人は少ないぞ。
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
フォーシェさんにも聞いとこう。
It is, of course, about the murder of Monsieur Ratchet. Can you tell me your movements last night?
I understand. Yesterday evening, I took a break
ホ
at
タルと
Yinkovsky
休憩してい
station
ました。
with
ホタ
Hotaru.
ル。
We then went to our quarters in the staff
スタッフ用
accommodations,
の宿舎
a
に戻り
section
ま
of
し
the
た。
luggage car. Freya was there reading, and I went to bed right after. Freya is there now, I think, and Hotaru is in the kitchen.
ホタルはキッチン。
They can verify my story.
What time was this?
11:30 p.m. or a bit
11
after.
時半
The。snow is beginning to fall heavily.
I see. Thank you.
まあ一応聞きて
Can
みと
you
くか。
write your address on this paper, please?
You want to pay me a visit?
Who knows?
遊びに
Monsieur Fauché.
遊びに行くのか。右利きですな。
He is right-handed, there can be no doubt. Are you a smoker?
I'm trying to quit, but
やめたい
yes,
のですがや
I'm
めれ
now
ません。
down to just one pack of
週に
cigarettes
一
a
箱。
week. If you're looking for a heavy smoker,
なるほ
you
ど。
should talk to Hotaru.
ヘビースモーカーホタル。
Thank you, Monsieur Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more questions.
ここは誰もいない。さあ食堂だ。残りの人物がいるのはこっちか。あれブークしかいない。ブーク。
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
I have not finished yet, but it is progressing, yes. I still have many questions that must be
不明
answered.
な点が多すぎる。
I'll report to you as soon as I can.
あれ他の人いないな。あれなんか苦しそうだぞあいつ。腹でも壊したか。
Ah, Monsieur Maurice.
ムッシュモリ。
Would you have a few minutes to give me? I have some questions to ask you.
Do I look like I can
どうした？
answer questions? The room is spinning. My head is
頭が
about to
爆発。
explode.
You were celebrating last night?
Celebrating when Freya always
何が？
wins. Ah, what am I saying? If you want my answers to your questions
二
to
日酔い
make
かい。
sense,
お前
help me recover. You
まあ
see
列
there,
車で
the magnet on the
マ
fridge.
グネットのメモ。
That
あれ
is
が
my
私の特製レシ
special
ピ。
recipe. I call it my day after
シェフ
survival
が二
tonic.
日酔いってダメ
If
だ
you
ろ。
could make me my special tonic, I might survive long enough to
またなんかあれ
answer
か
questions.
ミニゲームだ
John
な。
knows the recipe very
ジャン
well. He can help
彼に
you
協力
with
してもら
the
ってください。
preparation.
Very well, Monsieur Maurice. If I must,
全く余計な仕事を。
I will make you your day after survival tonic.
こいつはシェフ。どう見ても20代ではない。55がいいとこか。フランス人ではないよね。日本人。まあちょっとアジアっぽい感じはしてたけど。森っていう名前だったか？日本人か、実は。いやでもケニア人はわからないけどな。いや日本人か。あ、日本人だった。
That was easy.
こいつ日本人かよ。あ、こっちもいけるな。鍵がかかっている。だからこれ以上なしか。あれ二日酔いのやつは誰に聞けばいいんだ。とりあえずメモ。二日酔いトニック。 これを回収。うわ、なんかパズルになってる冷蔵庫。どんな仕掛けがあんだよこれ。とんでもないな。ミントの葉。どういう、なんで段ボールごと詰め込んでるんです。レモン。とわちゃんさんこんにちはです。あ、レモンあった。お、レモンを絞る。あ、絞るのも俺がやるんかい。グリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリグリ。トニックの材料が半分足りない。炭酸水、あ、生姜。材料がすべて揃った。フォーシェにトニックの準備を手伝ってもらう。あ、フォーシェにあとは。
Monsieur Fauché, may I disturb you for a moment?
Of course. How can I help?
使いよいトニック。
Monsieur Fauché, I need your help to prepare a cocktail.
What is this phrase? This is music to my ears. What can I fix for you? A mojito? A gin and tonic? Or perhaps a martini?
Martini.
Shaken, not stirred?
It's not for me, but for Monsieur Maury.
Ah, his day after survival tonic.
よく知っています。
Unfortunately, I know it well.
Here is
毎回
everything
作らさ
that
れてる
was
のか。
listed on the magnet.
Excellent. I can take it from here. Mr. Poirot, I'm uncertain about the lemon juice. Is it half a lemon or a full lemon for the recipe?
なんで俺に聞くんだよ。さ、半分って書いてたな。確か。
Half a lemon.
危ない危ない。
I can't remember if Hotaru prefers it with ginger or without. Do you remember?
生姜入りじゃないの。生姜取ったからな。生姜入りじゃない。そんなちょっとレシピ、そこ覚えとかないといけなかったのか。
I can assure you that he will want the ginger.
なんで俺に聞くんだよ。
There you are, sir. Hotaru will be himself again.
Excellent.
エクセレン
Thank
ト。
you very much.
助かったぜ。さあ
Here
これ
you
で
go, Mr. Maury. I hope this will help you.
Thank you very much.
効き目が出始めるまでちょっと待ってください。
While this takes effect, it will be a while, I'm afraid.
少し時間がかかる。まあさすがに速攻性はない
I
か。
have to wait. Do you know where I can find Mademoiselle
ニールセンの居場所。
She is in the staff quarters
Oh,
in the
宿舎にいる。
luggage car. If the door is locked,
ジャンから鍵をもら
John
って
will
くださ
have
い。
the key.
Thank you. I will return. I hope you have a
John.
speedy recovery.
あれこっち来てる。近くに来てくれてる。助かるぜ。鍵とサービス。あいつらしかも、なんか、
Monsieur Maury told me that
名前が
you are the one who has
知り合い
the
だ
key
か
to
らか。
open the luggage car door. I will need it.
Yes,
名
that's
前
right.
の
Here it
呼び
is.
方がちょっと違う
Please
から
don't
な。やや
forget to
こ
give
しい
it
な。
back to me.
I will not forget.
フォーシェ
Monsieur
ン。こっちは
Fauché.
フォーシェン。ファーストネームかミドルネームかの違いか。
I have a favor to ask. Could you visit the passengers who are in their rooms and explain there has been an error with their allergy and diet form?
But, Monsieur Poirot, I made no errors.
Of course not. Call it a computer error.
Yes, it is possible, but even if I can see this is part of your investigation, I do not understand
目
it.
的がわ
I
かりま
would
せん。
ask that you observe which hand each passenger
彼の利き手に
uses.
注目するのです。
You wish to know if they use the right or left hand when they write?
That is my intention.
I will take on this mission.
頼んだぞ。
Excellent.
怪しまれるぞ。さあ、今の間に宿舎に行って。
That's it. It's open now.
鍵が開いたぞ。カード。
A deck of cards. I
Trump.
suspect they were reading diamonds and spades instead of books.
空っぽのラムのボトル。
Rum bottles?
それは二日酔いもするわな。荷物がすげえ積み込まれて
Hello,
乱
Mademoiselle
雑に。
Nielsen. May I ask you a few questions?
I don't have a minute. My career
なんだ？
is ruined, and it's not
ど
my
うした？
fault.
But how did this terrible thing come to
また
pass?
問題かよ。
My supplies, passenger luggage, our living
ス
space.
ペースが足りない。
So little room. I gave the cargo handlers in Istanbul strict instructions how to stack my crates containing the
デザート用の
ingredients I
食材
need
が
for
入っ
my
た箱をちゃんと
desserts.
積んで
So
欲し
when
かったん
one
で
box
す。
is used up, it can be discarded.
And these fools of cargo handlers did not follow your instructions?
Ignored completely.
箱を
I
4
have
つ
four
動か
crates
さない
that
とい
must
けな
be
いわ。
moved from
4
there
つ
to
ぐら
here
い
to
正しい
correct the
順
order
番
they
に
are
しないと。
stacked. But placing the wrong crate on top of a
いや、
smaller
それぐら
crate
い
will
や
crush
や
it,
る
its
やれるだ
contents
ろ。
and
な
my
んかやれ
career.
そうだけど
Calm
な。
yourself, mademoiselle.
やれ
I
るだろ、どう考えて
understand.
も。
So,
やれよ。
the problem is these 4 crates must be moved there
なんでパズルにすんだよ。
carefully.
Yes. I have to move these 4 boxes from this
4つの
location.
箱を動かさないといけない。簡単だろ。4つの箱。簡
There's
単
not
だ。
much space to move the
簡単だろ。
boxes, and I have to be careful never to put a bigger box on top of a smaller one, or the smaller crate will be destroyed.
The problem is clear. I shall assist you.
あれか、バベルの塔みたいなことか。3つ、3箇所しかないのか。動かすところが。まあ、これ最初はどっちでもいいわな。まあ、こういうことだよな。最初はどっちでもよくないのかな。こう、でもこうだな。こうだな。こっちでいいんだな、じゃあ。こういうことだな。あ、さっきこっちか。で、こうだな。こう。こう。これはまあ簡単だ。よし。で、こうと。楽勝。
Et voilà.
You are a lifesaver.
Or at least
こんなこともで
a
きないなんて。
dessert saver.
Thank you, thank you. I will gladly answer your questions.
さあ、聞い
Can
てみ
you
る。
tell me your
昨晩は何を
movements
され
of
ていま
last
した
night?
Last night after dinner, I stayed in the kitchen until 12:15 a.m.
12
Then I
15分まで
joined
キッ
Jean and
チン。
Hikaru in our quarters. Then we
静かに
then
読書
all
し
of
てい
us
まし
read
た。
quietly
トラン
in
プ
our
じゃないん
beds
だ。
until we fell asleep.
A very studious staff. However, Monsieur Mori
ムッシュ
doesn't
モリ
seem
は
to have followed the same literary
本を読む
pursuit
よう
as
な
the
タイプには
others.
見えない。そしてこのラムのボトル
These
は
rum bottles, do
そう
they
だ
have
よな。
something to do with
二日酔い
his
の原因なのだろうか。あ、対決入った対決。なんで嘘をつくんだよ、こんなところでわざわざ。バカなのか。静かに本を読んでいた。
She may be telling the truth,
確信がない。
but
あ、でも確
cannot
信
be
がない
certain.
か。カード。眠るまでずっとジャンとホタルがいる宿舎に戻りました。この辺怪しい。なんかジャン食い違ってそうなのこの辺か。確証ないもんな。
I know there is
違
a
う。
clue somewhere to prove she's lying.
あれ他夕食後はキッチン。これが間違いか。
Oh,
あ、違う。
truth cannot
Eh?
hide from Poirot forever.
みんな寝るまでずっとが間違いなの？何これ、寝るまでずっとっていうのがおかしいってことか。
I rather think that you
読書だけではなかっ
just
た。
read last night.
ちょっと読書したかもしれないってこと。どれでもいけそうだけどな。空き瓶。
The empty rum bottles. Were their labels part of your reading last night?
My fault. I must have left them there before I put
捨て
them
るの
in.
を忘れ
And
てい
these
た。
are straight from the bar. Our
ラ
passengers
ー
must
ム
have
を飲
drunk
んだ
them.
のはお客様。どうもやし。だがなぜ嘘をつく必要がある？そうだよな。なぜ嘘をつく必要がある？従業員がサボっていたのはバレたら怒られるのかな？頭痛だ。
I spoke to Monsieur Mori. He seemed to be quite hungover. He even asked me to make him his day after tonic. He blurted out, Freya always
勝つのはいつ
wins.
もフレイヤと言ってましたが、何のことですかね？カードゲームだな。
Around, it is clear you were gambling and drinking most
賭
of
け
the
トランプ。
night.
You don't understand. It's late when we're off
事
duty,
情を
but
分かってください。
we unwind.
急に
And now there's been a murder?
殺人事件があったのよ。
I admit it.
殺人事件言い訳にするなよ。
But please don't tell Mr. Book. It's against regulations. We could
殺人事
all
件
be
そんなに
fired.
毎回起こらないだろ。
Mademoiselle, I realize your difficult jobs have been made more difficult. But as you say, there has been a murder. I must have the truth.
Of course.
すぐ嘘つくな。
So sorry.
It's not such a crime. I'll leave it there.
フォー
and
シェ
check
と
in with
話をしよ
Mr. Fauché.
う。まあ大したことはないか。一応聞い
Would
と
you
く。
mind writing your address on this paper? I'm asking everyone on the train for addresses, in case I need to contact them once they leave the train in Paris.
I understand.
右利きですね。
Yes, that's it. Mademoiselle Niersen is right-handed. Do you smoke?
タバコ
No,
は
I never
吸わない。
Thank you.
ま
Thank
あ、こ
you
の
for
人は
your
もう
answers,
あんま関係ないだろ
Miss
う。
You're welcome.
あ、ヒゲあった、ヒゲ。
Nielsen. Golden mustache.
さあ、腹痛か酔いは治ったかな？
How are you?
良くなったか。
Thank you.
Then may I ask you some questions? It will not take long.
Quickly, please.
キッチンの仕事があるので早くしてくださいね。
passengers to feed.
なんか偉そうだな、こいつ。二日酔い直したなんて。直してやったのに。
Très bien. Can you tell me your movements last night?
Oh, nothing special. When I went off duty, I joined John and Freya in a compartment.
一緒に宿舎。
I read for
私は少し本を読んで、それから早めに寝ました。また
then went to bed early.
遊んでたことは言わないんだ。
I'm not sure you have recovered enough to tell me the truth. Don't waste what little energy you have recovered to lie, Monsieur Mori.
もう裏は取れてるぜ。
Sorry, Mr. Poirot. You're right. It obviously wasn't reading that made my head hurt like that. But if you
クビに
told
なるんだ。
Monsieur Blue,
酒を飲んだらやっぱクビになる。
it would be my job.
I
まあ
will
こんな
keep
奴らは
your
もうクビに
secret.
したい。
But
新しいや
I
つ
am
雇った方がいい。
investigating a murder. You must tell me the truth.
Thank you.
Please write your address on this
どうせ
paper.
こいつも関係ないだろうな。
I don't see why.
I think I hear Monsieur Book approaching.
My address?
ブークの話をしたら。
Yes, of course.
従ってくれるぜ、こいつは。右利き。あ、入れ墨入ってるな、腕に。
Another right-handed person.
左利きの人はそういないか。タバコ吸いそうだな、
You
こいつ
are
は。
a heavy smoker.
My job. It is very stressful.
Would you happen to know who vapes on the
バナ
train?
ナ味の
A
ベイプ。
banana flavor?
Oh, yes. The smell
あの匂い
disgusts
は
me.
最悪。
What is wrong with the good tobacco?
I do not have time to answer that. Who is it?
I've only seen one
アーバ
person
スノット
who
大尉か
vapes.
ここでアーバスノット大尉の。
Captain Arbus.
なるほど。これで話を聞けるようになるのか。よし。ありがと
Your
う。
testimony was invaluable to me. Thank you. Take care, Monsieur.
アーバスノット
My
隊
palate
員に事情
depends
聴
on
取する
your good health.
口実ができたな。ちょっとどいてくれますか、あなた。鍵返すのかな。鍵を返す報告。
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
ちゃんと鍵を返さないと通れないようになった。そして左利きの件は。
But of course,
誰
I
が
was able to get new allergy forms
あれが
from
左利
guests
き
who
だったん
were
だ。
in their compartments.
マ
Monsieur
ックイーン、
McQueen,
マスターマン、
Monsieur Masterman, Count and Countess Andreni, they are
伯爵
all
夫妻、
right-handed.
彼らは全員
I
右利
also
き。
asked Princess Dragomirov
秘書に
if
書
she
か
had
せ
her
たので
assistant
不明。
Madame Schmidt sign for her.
シュミ
She
ッ
is
トは右利
right-handed as
き
well.。
You have
つまり
exceeded my expectations. Well done.
ドラなんとか
Thank you,
夫
Monsieur
人か
Fauché. I'll come back to you if I have more
左利きなの
questions.
は。まずはアーバスノットか。ここら辺だったかな。違うか、もう一個前か。106か。
Captain Arbuthnot, I know that you are the only person on this train to smoke
唯一電子タバコを吸う人。
We found a vial of e-liquid at the crime
も
scene.
うリキッド、も
Will you
う
talk
担
to
当
me
直
about
入
this,
に
or。should I pass on what I've learned to the police?
All right.
お
Come in
ど
if
うしても
you
と言う
must.
なら入るがいい。殺されそう。
I have just a few questions for you.
Very well. Let's hear them.
デブナムとの会話。
The young English lady, Mademoiselle Debenham, was at the Tocatlian Hotel. Perhaps you met her there.
We exchanged a few words. Fellow Brits abroad, that sort of thing.
関係は。
What can you tell me about Mademoiselle Debenham?
Nothing whatsoever. We barely spoke.
The director of the Orient Express, Monsieur Bouc, thinks the assassin is a woman.
And that is enough to accuse her? She had nothing to do with this murder.
How can you be so certain?
The idea is absurd. Ratchet was a perfect stranger to her. She'd never seen him before.
Ah, did she
な
tell
んか
you
知って
so?
そうだな。
Yes, maybe she did. She may have commented once upon his somewhat unpleasant appearance. If a woman is concerned, as you seem to think, to my mind, without any evidence, I can assure you that Miss Debenham
デ
could
ブナ
not
ムは事件とは
possibly
無
be
関係
implicated.
だ。
It is clear that the captain is
明らかに
defending
かばってい
Miss
る。
Debenham, a woman he
よく
supposedly
知らないと言った
doesn't
くせ
know
に。
very well.
怪しいぞ。
What were you doing last night
1
around
時15分
quarter
頃。
past one?
1:15? I believe I was still
あのア
talking
メ
to
リカ
that
人と
young
話してい
American
た。
fellow,
あのア
Mr.
メリカ、
McQueen,
マックイーン
the
か。
secretary of the man who was killed. We were in his compartment.
He was a friend or acquaintance of yours?
No, I never saw him before this journey. We'd hit it off at dinner, and the conversation continued into the early
み
hours.
んな仲良
Until
くなっ
what
てん
time
な
was。that?
Until 1:45 or so. Then I
1時
retired to my
45
room and
分。
went to sleep.
There is nothing you can recall last night that in any way struck you as suspicious?
It's nothing. A mere detail.
Allow me to be the judge.
Well, before returning to my room, I went to the lounge car to get a glass of water. When I was passing through the first class
201号
corridor,
室。
I noticed that the door, which is just after your room,
ちゃんと閉まっていないことに気づ
was
いた。
not quite closed, and the person who was inside peered out.
男がこっそり外を覗いていた。
Then he closed the door quickly. I know there's nothing in that, but it was the furtive way it was done that caught my attention.
201。
Struck me as a bit odd.
I understand. Thank you for letting me know.
で、住所。あれもうこいつは右利きだったんだ。右利きじゃないのか。
Address,
まあ一応、
if you insist.
右利きですね。
This man is right-handed.
リキッドについては
Is this e-cigarette liquid yours?
What flavor is it?
Banana.
バナ
Well,
ナ。
that is awkward. That's my flavor of
好
choice.
きなんだ、バナナ。
But I have no idea what it was doing there. Whatever.
Can you explain how it ended up there?
犯行現場にあった理由は
I never entered the man's room, Poirot. That's the truth.
それしかないか。まあ、今はまだ。
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
ちょっと情報が少なくなってきたな。事情聴取を続ける。あとは誰だ一体。マダムか、オールソン。あ、こんなところに。喫煙者。喫煙者は、ハバード夫人は非喫煙者だったかな。
Well done.
ミスター・ミシェルは喫煙者だったよな。
Right.
これはもう覚えてないといけないのか。マスターマンは非喫煙者だったかな。
This is
あ、違う。
wrong.
マスターマンは、そうか、喫煙者だったか。これ
Are you
も
a
覚
smoker?
えてないといけないの大変だな。
Fantastic.
まあ、当てずっぽうでもいけるが。マックイーンは、喫煙者だったような気もしないでもないが、ああ、やっぱ喫煙者
That
か
is。not a good answer. Are you a smoker?
Yeah.
Well done.
大体男は吸ってるイメー
I'm
ジか
right。again. That happens to me.
まあ、バナナはでもいいだろ。バナナはもう。アーバスノット。午前1時45分まで話していた。犯行は1時45分0時から1時45分まで。アリバイがあると。リキッドが見つかったけどアリバイがある。
Captain Arbuthnot is the only passenger to smoke an e-cigarette.
矛盾してますね。なぜリキッドが落ちていたのか。
He has an alibi. I cannot accuse him without any other proof. My little gray cells did not let me down.
オールソンか。オールソンって誰だっけ。デブナム、ハバードでしょ。オールソン、この人か。この人でも、なんか、自分の部屋に戻ったっつってたな。ってことは、こっちか。一番端っこの部屋の人じゃないか。あ、違った。104か、でも。
Pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Olsen, but something you told me earlier confuses me.
Oh, please, come in.
入るぜ。
How can you be sure Mademoiselle Debenham was in bed all night?
As I told you, I am a very light sleeper. The slightest noise wakes me up. If Fraulein Debenham had gotten out of her bed, I would have heard her.
しかし朝5時は気づかなかった。今朝は8時頃に起きましたが、彼女はぐっすり眠っていました。ああ、それは食い違うな。嘘が含まれている。彼女は8時にぐっすり眠っていましたが嘘か。でも5時に起きてるから8時頃は寝てた可能性もある。気づいたはず。これが嘘かな。ちょっとした音で起きるのが嘘。まあどっちも嘘の可能性があるな。どっちでもいいけど。これかな。
Are you certain you would have heard her?
Yes. Why are you asking?
午前5時に起床
I
した。
spoke to Mademoiselle Debenham and she told me that she got up around 5 o'clock in the morning. She opened the door and looked down the corridor. It was then that she saw a
赤い着物を着た女性がいたそうです。これはどういうことですか。
I think I must have been
ぐっすり眠っていたので気づかなかったんでしょう。急にちょっとした音で気づくつっただな。眠りが浅くて
me a suspect.
当た
I
り
am
前だ
not
ろう。
accusing anyone, Mademoiselle. Do not worry. I am just trying to determine what happened last
すぐ
night.
証言が食い
Thank
違
you
う
for
ぜ。
your testimony.
でもこれで終わり？事情聴取を続けるが完了したな。アリバイ。誰かのアリバイが崩れたか。誰が他の証言から立証できるアリバイを持ってる。ああ、結びつけないといけないのか。大変だな。で、マックイーンとアーバスノット対で、デブナムとオールソン。ミシェルが訪ねたのはハバード夫人。あ、これは簡単だったな。で、ここだ。
Et voilà.
これは簡単です。ブークへ報告か。とりあえず、ここは終わったっぽいな。あまり進展はなかったように見えるが。ブークは食堂車か。
So, Poirot, I hope you are progressing in your investigation.
よし。凶器について。
There is no trace of the murder
ま
weapon
だ
on
見
the
つかっていない。
train as yet. The killer could have hidden it anywhere.
It must be somewhere.
Indeed, as you say, it must be somewhere.
ナイフの持ち手。
According to Dr. Constantine's report, the stab wounds were made by at least one right-handed and one left-handed person, and with different strength. For the moment, everyone I have checked is right-handed. It is impossible to draw any conclusions
左
as
利
yet.
きはまだ見
However,
つかっていな
I
い。
still have a few people to interrogate.
公爵夫
Notably,
人。
the Russian princess.
You still have many avenues to explore?
Indeed, the case is far from
事件
over.
解決には程遠い。
I identified the person responsible for the bottle
長
of
くな
liquid
りそうだ
from the
ぜ。
vape found at the crime scene.
So, this is our culprit?
早いって捕まえんの。
No, unfortunately, this bottle belongs to Captain Arbuthnot, but he has an alibi
彼にはアリバイがあ
confirmed
る。
by Monsieur McQueen for the time of the murder.
あ、ミシェル。
Monsieur Book, Monsieur Poirot.
どうした？
Michel, calm down. But it's Mrs. Hubbard. She says she
彼
found
女
the
の部屋で
murder
凶器を
weapon
見
in
つけ
her
たそう
room.
です。
She's very upset. Let's go, Poirot.
レッツゴー。レッツゴーポアロ。ハバード夫人。凶器か。
I demand to be allowed to leave this train.
どうした？
Madame, we are in the mountains, trapped in a snowdrift.
Stating the obvious, there is a murderer among us. He had the audacity to hide his weapon in my room.
Please, Madame Hubbard, take a deep breath
何
and
があっ
tell
たか
us
話して
what
ください。
occurred.
ナイフ。
Where did you find the knife?
I
バッグの
wanted to
中
pick
か
the
ら
handkerchief from my purse,
ハンカチを
and when
取
I
り出そう
opened
と
it,
したら、
I saw it. A bloody knife.
そんなとこに入れるか。
I very much doubt the murderer would give
次の
you
犠
his
牲者に
weapon.
凶器をプレゼントするとは
Madame,
思えませ
he
ん
would。have used
そりゃそうだ。
Oh, my head.
ああ、そうねじゃないよ。ナイフには触りましたか？
Did you touch the knife?
Of course not. What a question.
つまらないこ
Take
と
that
聞かない
as
で
a。no.
つまらない。バッグ。こんなとこに、うわー、ナイフだ。
Is this knife the real murder
本当
weapon,
に凶
or
器
is
なの
it
か、
a
それともお
red
とり
herring?
なのか。血液を照合できないかな。すごいナイフだな、なんか太いね。だいぶ。これだけでいい。これだけでいいのか。
Mrs. Hubbard is distraught, Poirot. I should stay with her. Please go on without me.
I have every right to be distraught. Thank you, Mr. Book.
怒ってんね。操作は行き詰まったか？次何すんだ？あ、ナイフが犯行に使われたことを証明するか。医者んとこか、それとも犯行現場か。犯行現場じゃないな。コンスタンティン医師か。コンスタンティン医師を探し出さないと。コンスタンティン医師どこにいんだ？いや、あっちかな。激怒してる、激怒。まあ確かに自分のカバンから血のついたナイフが見つかったら、そらびっくりするしな。自分が犯人と疑われる可能性もあるわけだし。コンスタンティンどこだ？コンスタンティン。こっちはいないか。いや、食堂にいる可能性あるか。一応見とこう。遠いからな。こっち側にいたらまた戻ってこないといけないし。いないか。いないな。コンスタンティンの部屋はどこなんだ？乗客の客のその部屋番号を教えてほしいわ。あ、でも自分の部屋に、あ、違うわ。警察のとこにいるのか。そうだ。105かなんかだったか。警察、そうだ。警察を見てるんだったな。 確か。1万6か。6はこいつのとこ。5だな、じゃあ。あ、いたいた。ナイ
Dr.
フ。
Constantine, we may have found our murder weapon. We need to make certain.
There is a pretty quick way to be sure.
傷の深さを計測しました。
depth of the wounds. You can easily find
な
the
るほど。
depth of each wound
簡単に計測できるの
by
か。
comparing the width. There are 5 of them that I am not sure about. Test them, and then we will
テスト。
compare our results.
I will do as you say, Doctor.
なんだ。傷口の大きさとナイフの幅の刃の幅を比較しなければ。深さを調べ、犯行に使われた凶器かどうかを確認しよう。どうやって選ぶのこれ。深さを調節。これ一番太いから一番深いんじゃない？でも血がついてるとこまで行った方がいいの？どういうこと？なんか他ないの？手がかり。それではダメだ。ダメなんだ。全然わかんないんだけど。血がついてるとこまでじゃないの？
I do not think that's the
間
right
違ってる。なんだ何を手がかりにすればいいんだこれ。10センチ。あ、いけた。ノーノーじゃないよ。これなんかやりようがある。いけた。よくわからねえな。ちょっとずつ。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
ちょっとずつちっちゃくなって。
This is wrong. But I must admit,
まあいいや
I'm
当
not
てずっぽうでいく
right
しか
this
ないな。
time. Voilà.
いけたけど。よくわからなかっ
What
た。
do you think, Doctor? Is this knife really the murder weapon?
There can be no doubt.
間違いない。
You found the same depths as the estimates I made during the preliminary autopsy. I can assure you that you hold in your hands the weapon that took Ratchet's life.
持ってきたか。あ、気がついたな。
Thank you. I feel way better now.
The rest gave you time to sleep off most of the effects of the drug.
I'm still a bit groggy.
That's understandable.
Are you able to continue your story now?
話の続き。
Yes, I think so.
まさかまた過去に戻るのかな？
You were explaining how you returned to the Armstrong house to tell them their poor little child was dead.
Yes, that's it. I felt helpless. My part in the case was officially over, but I knew I couldn't let it go. Daisy deserved justice.
また過去か。捜査を
2 days later,
こっち
I
で
returned to the
ラチェッ
Armstrong
トの
house
犯
to
行
tell
だ
them
と
Daisy
あ
would
れ
be
か
released soon for burial. I was
突き
angry
止め
with
ないといけない
myself
のかな。
that I couldn't bring them better news. I wasn't prepared for more tragedy.
また悲劇が起こる。ああ、そうか、他の人もショックでね。あ、こいつは。
Hello, Miss Morrow. I'm here to see Colonel Armstrong.
Good morning, Detective. Colonel Armstrong is upstairs. He isn't well.
大佐は上の階。上の階のどこですか？あ、いた。
Good morning, Colonel Armstrong. Is your wife here?
Here?
ワンテンポ遅いって言って。ワンテンポ。
behind. She died of a miscarriage last
あ、
night.
マジか。
My wife, Daisy,
もう亡くなった後。
and our baby. My whole family is
赤ん坊と奥さんも。
I'm so sorry. I came straight here this morning. I received word that you can arrange for Daisy to be returned to you for burial. I didn't know.
Well, then, now you don't have to come back. I can arrange for Daisy, my wife, and our unborn child to be buried all at once. Very efficient. Being a military man, I can appreciate
もうさすがにな。
efficiency.
軍人でも。
I know how hard this must be for you.
No, you don't know. I don't want your sympathy. I want you to do your bloody job and catch the creature that did this.
I know you won't believe me, but I swear to you, I will find who did this. If it takes me to the far corners
地
of
球
the
の
earth,
果て
I
であろ
will
うと
find
探し
them.
出します。
Let's go.
だったら行くん
Please
だ。
go
今すぐ
now.
探してく
Go
れ。
find them.
まあそらそうだ。車へ
The
戻
house
る。
that once held the laughter of a child now feels so empty. I'm not giving up. I'm a part of this case. Or the case is a part of me.
All units, Hike is in the vicinity of the cabin where
Oh.
Daisy Armstrong was found. Spotted a pickup truck drive through the barricade.
バリケードを破って走行するピックアップトラック。
Subject cabin is located.
小屋がある方向へ向かった。
Anyone nearby who can respond?
Unit 28, we can respond, but we're a ways away.
Dispatch, this is 11. I'm on it.
私が行きます。
11, you
現
good
場へ
to
急
go.
行する
Copy that.。
あ、カーチェイスが始まるのか。まさか。始まんない。キャビンに着いたの。サイレン鳴らしていかないんだ。あ、
Okay,
車止まってる
there's
じゃ
the
ん。
pickup.
ピ
Let's
ックア
see
ップ
who
トラッ
ignored our
ク。もう
barricade.
犯人じゃないのか。
11 here. I'm at the cabin. Someone has broken in.
Are you requesting backup?
援護を要請。大丈夫です。巡回します。
I'm going to take a look around.
援護要請しろよ。犯人の可能性あるんだから。援護要請しろ。なんでか大丈夫だよ。頭おかしいのか、お前。うわ、ガソリンタンク積んでる。燃やすつもりかもしれん。拳銃も構えずに行くなって。
An individual has entered a police secured area.
とりあえず車
I
を
have to
動か
stop
せない
him
ようにしと
first.
けよ。
Footprints.
足跡。もう出た後だけどな、これ。入った後ないけど。
A forensics evidence identification marker. A forensics
Evidence
evidence
marker.
identification marker. He's not here.
誰もいない。
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb.
3892
3892. Oh, when the poor deer was killed. That's where I found Fluffy. Daisy's special toy. I hope we returned him to the family.
これだけか。なんかある。あ、ヒゲかよ。ヒ
Help
ゲ。
yourself, Joanna. You
こ
are
こにもヒゲが。
duct tape to silence Daisy's screams. Damn it, Daisy. I will find whoever did this to you.
足跡はあるけどな。足跡をたどるのかな。
Somebody ignored the barricade tape. An individual has entered a police secured area. I have to stop him first.
親の外か。さすがになんもないか。あとはどれだ？まだなんかあんのかな？
Forensics had to
豆
go
嵐
through
さ
this
んこんに
place
ちは
with
で
a
す。
fine-
調べたよな。
Forensics had to go through this place with a fine-tooth comb. Footprints.
あと何調べんだ？トラックの持ち主を見つけるって書いてるな。やっぱ外かな。でも足跡とかないしな。あ、なんかいけるぞ。あ、いける。こっちだったのか。急にこっち。足跡とか置いといてくれよ。あ、いるじゃん、誰か。誰？あんた誰？撃たないで、俺は味方だ。味方？あ、銃持ってた。
Sir, this is a crime scene. Who the hell are you?
I'm a reporter.
ボストン6に記者。なるほど、ジャーナリスト
They
か。
haven't heard of crime scene tape in a big city like Boston?
All right, that wasn't my best move. I got all excited.
とりあえ
Didn't
ず逮捕
expect
だ
to
な。
find the place deserted. It was hard to resist.
You should have tried harder. I'm placing
あ
you
なたを
under
逮捕
arrest.
します。
You should be thanking me. Look what you apparently missed and I found.
多くの発見はなんか
We'll get to that.
それは
You're
後
going
で
to answer some questions first.
I'm more used
なん
to
だあの
asking
ドアは。
questions, but fire away.
あなたは何者だ？
Who are you exactly?
Who are you?
I'm Michael Clark, journalist for Boston
ク
6
ラー
News.
ク。
Off camera, but someday I'm going to be anchor. You just wait.
Do you have a way to prove that?
My press card's in my truck.
What are you doing here? You should know a crime scene is off limits.
I'm investigating the Daisy Armstrong kidnapping like you.
勝手に調査するな。
Does the pickup parked in front of the cabin belong to you?
Yes, indeed, it's mine.
I'll check. Show me your hands. I'm gonna cuff you.
I'm sure we can work out a deal.
Put your hands in front of you.
とりあえず逮捕。
Aren't you going to read me my rights?
You have the right to remain silent. I really
黙
wish
秘
you
権ならあり
exercised
ま
that
す。
one. Dispatch, this is 11. I intercepted a suspicious individual at the crime scene. I'll check to determine how badly he's compromised it. Then I'm bringing him in.
Copy that, Detective Locke.
現場検証？さっきんとこか。シェルターを調査。あんなシェルターがこんな小屋の近くにあったなんて警察発見できなかったのか？チェーンが巻かれている。無能だな警察。あ、これあれか。何番だっけ？いや、わからない。ちょっと見てくるか。鹿のやつだよな、きっと。3892。3892。こっちからかな。こっちからの可能性ある。違うか。あ、
Yes.
あった。
I knew I
あ、
could
こ
do
れ
it.
押さないといけなか
I
った。
can always use safe cracking as a career move.
回転。こんなシェルターがあったら発見するだろ警察。無能すぎないか。なぜここにガソリン缶が。記者がもう入ったのかな。ガソリンが漏れて燃やすつもりだったのか。配電盤だ。パズルじゃないだろうな。わあ、なんかめちゃくちゃ管が。これなんか見るってことか。スイッチ見んのか。カチャカチャカチャカチャ。絶対降りちゃうな。これ全部つけるわけじゃないのかな。つながってるとこどっかつければいいのかな。うわ、すごいことなってんな。小屋にあった爆弾の設計図。爆弾をここで作ったのか。ヒゲ。
Not really my style, but I'll take it.
ぐちゃぐちゃ。
This bunker looks like it's as old as the cabin. Everything is falling apart.
これ何をどうすればいいのかがわからんな。まずここのスイッチを入れるのか。これは厄介だぞ。壁から出てる真ん中の線全部入れないといけないんだろうな。真ん中の線。真ん中の線がここ。来て真ん中がこう来て上に行って上の、右のやつ。上の右のやつがこう来てからの左になって左。あ、これでいい。ここはこれでいいか。で次は2番目。こっち上の真ん中じゃない、左側のやつがこっちから見ると右側になる。右側になって上を通ってこっちになって左側になって行って行って左側通ってこう来て左のやつ。あ、ついてる。左のやつ OK。 じゃああとは当てずっぽでもいいんじゃないか。3つのうちのどれかだろう。よし、カチャ。やっぱり無理。じゃあこっちだ。はい、いったぜ。電気をつけよう。いた。おお、でっかい。すげえ。シェルターの中にシェルター。なんだ。あ、パーティーのこんなところにカレンダーが。犯行をあれか決めていたんだな。あらかじめ計画を練っていたのか。あ、金庫。でっかい金庫。あれ、これもパスワード。あ、これはなんかあれか、音で あ、ジャーってなってるからダメなのこれ。ジャー止めないとこれ。何の音だあれ。止められないか。スイッチ切れないしな。あ、これか。でもこれ扉は閉まらないのか。よし、ジャーがなくなった。お、5番か。あ、違う、4、あ、違う違う違う。なんか進んどる勝手に。勝手に番号進むなし。5番。よし。あった。仕事上金庫破りはお手の物。警察でも金庫破りそんなにできないと思うけどな。習うのか。お金だ。ペン。JM。
An expensive looking pen with the initials
JM か。
What's its story?
なんだこれは。ブローチか。
It's Daisy's hair clip.
デイジーのヘアクリッ
Picture I saw at the Armstrong house.
プ。わざわざ金庫の中に。
That looks like a hair caught in the band.
髪の毛が
Forensics will tell
挟ま
me
って
for
る。
sure.
鑑
But
識
that
で
doesn't look like Daisy's
デイジー
color.
の髪とは違う色。
These get locked up again until forensics get here.
なるほど。調べた。シェルター調査完了。
I'll secure the bunker for forensics. Progress at
よ
last.
し。
I don't need to talk to the suspect right now.
あれ、あ、車かな。こっちか。
The
あ、
gas can
ガソリン缶が
I
1
found
個
in
な
the
くな
bunker
ってる
would。match this
綺麗
item
に跡ついてるわ。 これで問いただすのかな。
I don't need to talk to the
違う。
suspect right now.
マイケル・クラークの情報を
I
集
don't
めよ
need
う。
to talk to the suspect right now.
まだか。車か。こいつの車か。鍵がかかってやがるぜ。
Compartment is closed.
キャメラだ、キャメラ。お、写真撮ってる。なんか情報を集めて、あれか。売ってたのかもしれないな。パーティーの時間と
Candid
か。
photos of the entire Armstrong family. A reporter just doing his job.
記者として撮ったにしてはちょっとあれだな。怪しいな。望遠レンズ。
Telephoto lens.
まあ
Not
記者な
so
ら当
surprising for
然
a
だ。
journalist.
これはかなり倍率が高いぞ。250ミリか。免許証。クラーク。なんだ。
Clark's press card and the phone number of the
電話番号。
newspaper is on it.
ボストン
Good.
ニュー
I
ス
can
の
give them
電
a
話して
call.
みよ
Clark's press card. Good. I can give them a.
う。番号が見えづらいけど、3484かな、あれ。ダッシュボード。この中に鍵があるはず。だいたい鍵はここでしょ
Car keys in the
サン
sun
バイザー。
visor. A classic hiding place. At least on TV.
典型的だぜ。これで 違う。鍵、財布か？これはなんだ？シカゴミュージアム。あ、また。これは免許証か、本物。そして、
The vehicle registration is not in the name of Michael Clark or a rental company.
はあ、車両の名義が違う。盗難車か。こんなもんかなあ。あっちもある。こっちは空です。こんなもんか。あ、番号ちょっと見ないと。3484かな。違う。3481か、あれは。わからん。かすれてわからないんだけど。3487か。7の書き方、ああいうパターンあるか。7の、そうか。7だな。そうか、7はああやって書くある人いるな。
That is a great detective job.
繋がってないんじゃないの？
Hi, I'm Detective Joanna Locke,
あ、繋が
Berkshire
った。
Police. I'd like to speak to an editor, please.
One moment, please.
編集長。
Hello, Detective Locke? This is Abby
アビー・ウィルソ
Wilson.
ン
I'm a senior editor. What can I do for you?
Does a man named Michael Clark work for you?
Yes, he does.
マイケル・
Why?
クラークがいる。
When was the last time you heard from him?
Oh, it's been at least
7、8ヶ月以上
7 or 8
前。
months. That's not unusual.
そんなにフリーなのか、結構。
He works in the field?
Yes, Michael Clark is what
フ
we
リーランスでい
call
わ
a
ゆる
stringer.
特派員。
He works as a freelancer, comes up with a story we can use, we pay him, and we don't hear
なる
from
ほ
him
ど。
again for several months.
What kind of stories does Mr. Clark write?
Mr. Clark is an investigative
事
reporter,
件記者。
mostly crime stories
なる
to
ほ
tell
ど
you。the truth. He comes up with some pretty macabre stuff some of the time. Is there a problem?
事件を自らなんか起こさせて、それを手柄にしてる可能性もあるな。
Do you remember what the last case he investigated was?
It was a murder case. The victim was a millionaire named James Miller.
殺人事件。
He was called the frozen fish king of Gloucester,
冷凍
Massachusetts. His
魚
body
を
turned up in one
漁
of his nets. Or rather, most of it did.
Ah, well,
じゃあ話が早い
Thank you,
な。
Ms.
話が早いし、ぶっ飛びすぎててよくわ
you've
か
been
ら
a
な
great
い。
help to me.
Pleasure. I hope he's not in trouble. He can be a little pushy, but he's a good guy overall.
いい
So
人
what's
で
he
すか
working
ら。
on
い
now,
い人なん
detective?
だ。
Are you sitting on a story?
Thanks again.
事情聴取か？
I know my rights. You can't keep somebody locked up in a car like this, you know. You wouldn't do it if I was a dog. Do they have bathrooms at the station?
署に帰るか。
I
警
have the
察署
right
だ
to。make a phone call, Detective whatever your name is.
That phone is an outside line.
電話。
Hello, boss. It's Michael Clark. I'm still on the Armstrong kidnap, but there's a small problem. I got caught being someplace I
ボス
shouldn't
は
be. I'm
誰
at the
だ？
police station. No, I'm not
編
under
集長か
arrest.
な。
Just questioning. Fire me.
クビ。
Why? The
クビになっ
station's
た。
integrity? You're kidding me, right? If you think I've screwed up that badly, then fire me. Got that? Fire me. Yes.
ファイヤー。
Do it.
That didn't go well.
I think I got my point across. What happens now?
Go ahead. Then we'll have a chat.
取り調べる。
Now that we've taken your DNA, we can
DNA.
begin. Interview of suspect Michael Clark, 6 p.m., March 30th, 2019. This interview is being recorded.
録
By
音しま
elves
す。
behind the mirror, no doubt?
You were arrested at a crime scene where you damaged police barricade tape.
I'll pay for a new roll.
That's a Class A misdemeanor, and it
500
carries
ド
a
ル
$500
軽犯
fine.
罪で
Oh, that's
すごいな。
unfortunate.
To begin with, where were you on the night Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped?
I was watching TV in my motel room, but I had my police scanner on. I heard the first reports that the little girl was missing. No way the police at the scene were gonna let me get close. I set my alarm so I could get on the story first thing in the morning and tried to sleep. It was difficult.
Can anybody confirm where you were?
No, afraid not. I was alone and sleepless. A sad combination. And I realized a bad alibi.
アリバイはなし。なんだ、表情でなんかわかんのか。怪しいな。トラック。あ、車の持ち主について聞いてみるか。
Let's start with why you went to the
小屋
cabin.
に行
If
った
the
り、
police were interested in it, I was interested in it.
小屋の場所を知っていた理由だ
How
な。
did you find the cabin?
Police radio.
警察のラジ
I
オ。
heard the forensic team getting
マジか
directions.
よ。
Then, when they finally left the scene
ま
late
あ、
this
盗聴
morning,
してたらあれか。
I jumped in my pickup and hurried on up the mountain.
You tore the tape at the entrance to the property and stomped all over the house. This constitutes a serious violation of a crime scene, Mr. Clark.
I'm aware of that. I'm sorry. I'll pay the fine.
罰金
I
で済む
got
と思う
carried
なよ。
away. It isn't often I get a crime scene all to myself.
He's enjoying himself.
体
I
勢
need
を
to
崩
throw
さ
him
ない
off
と。
balance somehow. Surprise him into making
驚
an
かせて
error.
ミスをさせよ。
Explain to
驚
me
かせ
again
て。
how you got to the crime scene.
I listened in on the police radio frequency. Anybody can do it with a scanner. I headed for the crime scene in my trusty pickup, like I've done for years.
相棒のマイ
After
トラ
the
ック。
forensic team left, I needed to see the crime scene for myself. I got to the bunker just before you arrived.
対決始まったぜ。これ、まず
You
はこ
said
れ
you've
か
been。driving that pickup for years?
You heard right.
残念だったな。
Thanks to it, I
そ
never
んな
missed a
簡単
scanner.
にバレる嘘。本当に。車の証明
You
書。
say
なんで
you've
入れ
been
てあ
using
る
your pickup for years, but the title certificate is not in your name. The truck belongs to somebody named Stephen Baker.
Okay. I don't get why the pickup is so important to you. But I guess my
恥ずか
ego
しくて
made
言え
me
な
say
かっただ
that.
け。トラックは友達
Yeah,
から
the
の借り
pickup
物
was
だ。
lent
なんで
to me
恥
by
ず
a
かしいんだよ、
friend.
それ
I
が。
couldn't afford it even with a loan.
I
ロ
think
ー
you
ンさえ
stole
払え
it,
ない。
Mr.
盗んだん
Clark.
だろ
You needed a pickup like that for our mountain roads, so you stole that one.
Try proving it. But while you run off on some wild goose chase,
盗
you
難
can't hold
届が出てるかもしれん。ガソリン缶だな、次は。シェルターの中に落ちてたからな。
Let's move on to the gas cans and what we found in your pockets when you were brought in here today.
That sounds exciting.
放火だ
In。addition to the gasoline in the back of your pickup and another in the bunker, you had a
ライター
lighter
と手袋
and
が入ってました。
gloves
ライ
in
タ
your
ーと手袋
pockets.
も
You were going to set fire to the bunker
燃や
and
そうとして
every
いたんだな。
scrap of evidence inside.
Where to begin? I'm sorry to disappoint you,
強
but
気
I
だな、ま
wasn't
だ。
planning to use these things to destroy the crime scene. I've been around crime scenes my entire career. I brought the gloves so as
手
not to
袋は指紋をつけて
contaminate it
現
with
場を荒
my
らさないためだ。荒らし
fingerprints.
とる
The
からな、だい
gas
ぶ。
can in the back of my pickup, I use it to put gas in the
車の
trunk.
燃料
Gas
用に
stations are few and far between in your mountains. I didn't know there was a gas can in the
倉庫
bunker.
にガソリン
If
缶
that's
があるなんて
true,
知らなか
I
った
did。you a favor. My arrival obviously scared off somebody planning to burn everything.
Do you also have an excuse for your lighter?
The lighter? I'm trying to quit smoking. I used the lighter as a reminder not to start again.
言い逃れしまくるな。でも、あとこれしか手がかりないけど。これそんな大したことないんじゃないの。これ
You
問い
say
た
you're
だ
a
せるのか
journalist, a stringer for Channel 6 News in Boston.
I sell my stuff to lots of media outlets.
車に残されたカメラ。編集責任者の名前聞いてみるか。
How is your editor doing?
Last time we spoke, she was fine. But that was months
合
ago.
ってるか。
What's her name again?
I,
まあで
I
も
work for
編
lots
集
of
長が知ってた
stations
から
and
な。
lots of editors.
She knows your name, but you don't remember hers.
あなたは
I'm
覚え
not
ていな
great
い。
with names.
It's Kelly Johnson.
Oh yeah, Kelly.
ケリー・ジョンソン、でっち上げの名前
Good
です
for you.
Her name is
Ippon
Abby
取られた。
Wilson. Mr. Clark,
早い
you
って。
lie like you breathe.
Huh. Well, that was mean.
He thinks he's invincible.
自分を無敵だと
I
思っ
need
てい
to
る
play his ego.
プライドを刺激するのが鍵
What are you doing in the Berkshires? And what is your connection to the Armstrong case?
For the past few months, I've been working on a big case. Boston 6 News was looking forward to my next story. The Armstrongs have been on my list of potential targets for a long time. I changed gears when Daisy was kidnapped and started investigating the Armstrongs.
解決かこれは本当っぽいなずっと書いてみたい事件の一つだったっていうのが怪しいけどなどういうことアームストロングはずっと書いてみたい事件の一つだったって事件がまるで起こるかのような
I don't see anything
違
that
うな
proves he's lying.
誘拐されて調査に切り替えた次の記事に期待してるこれかな期待はしてなかったのか
Where's a lie
あ違
detector
う
when you need one?
え数ヶ月ある大事件に関わってきたこれは本当じゃないなんか殺人事件をやってるっつってたけど
So you just
こっちかじゃん
stumbled on a major kidnapping story during your stay in the Berkshires.
Yeah, I was researching PCBs in the river for crying out loud. Then, wow, the Armstrongs. That's not a Science Sunday report. That's a lead. Sometimes you just get lucky.
嘘をついていることを証明記者証ボストン6ニュースこれかなわからな
I
いけど
called Boston 6 News. Your editor said she
これだ
hadn't talked to you in a long time. If you're working on the Armstrong case, why haven't you submitted anything during the last month?
When the kidnapping occurred, I realized it was a golden opportunity.
そうか
Forget intimate photos
だい
of
ぶ
the
経っ
rich
て
and
るから
famous.
そうか
Here was a story that just dropped into my lap. I was about to turn in my first notes when I overheard the discovery of the cabin, and I was right. No other journalist got there ahead of me. Then you had to turn up. I need to get out of here and write my copy.
That sounds plausible. He's on the spot when a big story erupts and he goes after it.
カメラか
Your camera in the pickup. There were photos of Daisy from before she was kidnapped.
The Armstrongs are a famous family like the Kennedys or Hollywood couples. Gossip sites love them. People want to see how they live. I started out just stealing candid shots. Paparazzi live on getting that one exclusive shot. Steamy, intimate, whatever. Then when the kidnapping happened, I realized I was here first. What an opportunity. And I jumped at it.
You have an answer for everything.
You're not very
なるほど。
good at this, are you? How long have
な
you
か
been
な
on
か
the
崩
job?
せないな
Long enough to put you away for life. If you killed that little girl. I know that Clark is lying.
全場
I
面を
need
再
to
現しなくて
reconstruct
は
the whole sequence of events in order to understand what happened.
時系列の整理なるほど小屋に到着俺が小屋に到着予期せず私がやってきたクラークはトラックからガソリン缶を持ち出したクラークはシェルターを閉めたこの辺かで俺がやってきたクラークは禁止テープを破ったのは最初だろうシェルターを開けたガソリン缶をシェルターに投げ入れたシェルターに投げ入れたがあるなシェルター開けたのが先か閉めたじゃあシェルター開けた到着して小屋を見てる間にガソリン缶をこうかな持ち出してシェルター開けて俺が到着してまあ若干まあとりあえず合ってそうだけどどうだ合ってたか
That is a great detective job. I'll tell you what really happened. You waited until forensics left and arrived in your probably stolen pickup. You grabbed a can of gasoline from your truck. You then went into the cabin to check if Daisy had been found. You then went straight to the bunker, to see if it had been discovered, planning to set it on fire and destroy all the evidence inside. Before you could start the fire, you heard me arrive. So you hastily left your gas can and closed the hatch. You didn't think I could open the bunker. If I hadn't found you, I expect you would have burned down the cabin too.
I'm not gonna make fun of you, Detective, or how you handled my interrogation. You're obviously very new at this. I swear I'm telling the truth. I didn't know the bunker was there until the moment you showed up. I seem to have trumped your entire police
なかなか落ちない
When
ぞ。
I get the DNA results from the bunker, we'll continue this conversation.
You have no concrete evidence against me whatsoever.
The lab results will be in soon. You won't get away with this.
DNA
See
結
that
果が
call? That's your arrest warrant and a one-way ticket to prison. I'll be right back.
出たか。電話どうなんだ。
Hello, sir. I think I found the man who kidnapped Daisy Armstrong. I'm interrogating him now.
Hold on, Detective Locke. I have some
悪い知らせ。
Someone set fire to the
何
cabin
者
in
か
the
が小屋と
bunker.
倉庫に火を放
Fire
った。
department is on the
マ
scene.
ジかよ、
They
他
say
にも
it's。too late.
That's impossible. My suspect has been in the interrogation room with me all evening.
We can't hold him. Suzanne Moreau. Her fingerprints are on the wine bottle found in the
スザン
cabin.
ヌ・モロ
We
ー。
also found an unknown person's fingerprints, but they don't match your suspects.
Sir, with all due respect, I'm convinced Michael Clark is involved.
Detective, I'm cutting you some slack already. But we cannot hold your suspect simply because you're convinced he's guilty. We
マ
have
ジかよ。
evidence that Suzanne was working with an accomplice, Noah Garrity.
ノ
I
ア・ギャ
order
リ
you
ティ。
to release the reporter and arrest this moron.
モローを
Let
逮
me
捕。
just check my last lead. The DNA analysis of the hair found in the bunker safe.
髪の毛
The
の
results
結
just
果
came
は
in.
I know how hard this is. Okay. Get the DNA results.
延長は1時間だけ。
I will give you 1 hour maximum. Then you close the file and arrest Suzanne Moreau.
Thank you, sir.
やばいな。共犯者についてクラークを問いただす。
Who did you call earlier?
An editor from the Boston 6 News.
An editor you repeatedly said should fire you. That was
あ、
your
燃や
accomplice,
せって
wasn't
言っ
it?
てたから、そう
You
か、
were
ボ
telling
ス
him。to
やっぱ
start
そう
the
か。
fire.
An accomplice?
火をつけさせたんだ。共犯者の名前を選ぼう。ラチェットのって書いてる。ラチェット、あ、そう、こいつが、ラチェットか。ジョナ
I
スか。
know it was Jonas you called.
Jonas? I don't know anyone called Jonas. Really, Detective, I'd like to leave now.
Stay right where you are. I'm not done with you yet.
Wow. Do I hear grounds for a lawsuit?
Some poor innocent woman is being accused instead of you. You set her up, didn't you?
You have to let me go, Detective.
All I need is one
そう
more
いう
phone
こ
call
と
to the
か。
lab. I know it's you, and I'm going to prove it.
結局ここで解放
Hello,
されてしまう
this
の
is
か。
Joanna Locke. I
DNA
need
結
the
果。
results of the DNA test I asked you for.
これも裏目に出るのかな。
Sorry, we only have the DNA sequence. We haven't had time to compare it with the suspects
比較ができていません。あと数時間かかります。数時間も。 順番、順番、
Send your
先に順番
analysis
し
to
ろ
my。computer in the office. I'll do the comparison myself.
I need authorization.
I have a murderer who is going to walk free unless I get those results now.
Fine, we'll send it to you right away, but I'll have to log this.
It's my last
自分で照合するのか。パソコンはこっちか。うわー、なんか難しそうだ。あ、これと合ってるのを選べってことか。証拠ファイル1号に犯行現場で見つかった謎の髪の毛がこれってことか。で CGA 全然違うじゃん。謎の DNA。 あ、これまだいいのかな。この後かな。でもアームストロング、マイケル・クラーク、スザンヌ・モロー。何すんのこれ。これ選べってことかな。あ、何、あ、これで、あ、そういうことか。その合ってるところを選べってことか。なるほど。合ってるとこどれかがってことかな。スザンヌじゃない。でも逆に むずいぞ。でも回転とかできないから、横もはみ出ちゃうとダメだろうし。TTA、CCA。あ、これ合うんじゃない？合わないか。あ、ちょっと違うか。あ、でもここじゃない。あ、ここだ。スザンヌが合う。やっぱスザンヌと逆にね、スザンヌの犯行に仕立てるためにそこまで準備していたわけか。過去は変えられないからな。
Anything that will erase Clark's smile. You can leave.
釈放だ。
Sorry it didn't work out for you, detective.
そうか、こい
Maybe
つ
you
が
should consider a
ラチェッ
career
トか。
change.
確かに顔
We
が
are not done.
こんな顔だったような。
Oh, but we are, my dear. We are done.
I had no choice
ま
but
ん
to
まと
return
逃
to
げ
the
たんだ。
Armstrong
で、
house
ス
to
ザ
arrest
ンヌモロ
Suzanne
を
Moreau.
逮捕するしかないとなったわけか。
The arrest warrant for Suzanne
逮
Moreau.
捕状。ん？
Suzanne was set up by Clark and Noah. They are the kidnappers, but I'm not giving up. When
スザン
Suzanne
ヌの
comes
裁
up
判
for
では弁護
trial,
側で戦
I will
う。
fight for her defense.
Oh.
But for now, the district attorney is in charge. If I want to stay a detective, he always has the last word. The door is
ドアが
wide
大きく開いて
open.
いる。変だわ。
How strange.
あれ、裁判まで行かないパターン。
Hey, is anyone there?
モロさん。あ、大佐は。
Miss Moreau?
大佐もまだ。あ、なんか、あれって大丈夫か。大佐は。
Miss Moreau?
モロ。
This is Detective Locke.
大佐はどうだ。大佐もいないのか。大佐もいない。モロさんは。あ、寝ているのか。
Miss Moreau, can you hear me? It's me, Detective Locke.
モロさん。
You must get up now. Miss Moreau? Miss Moreau, can you
Oh.
hear me?
まさか。
Suzanne Moreau is
ス
dead.
ザンヌ・モロが死んでいる。
There are no traces of blows or injuries on her body.
もう死んでしまったか。
She doesn't seem to have defended herself
法
from
廷に
anyone.
立つ必要もなくなってしまった。GTR さん、こんにちはです。あ。え。あ。このモローの、あれか。お母さんも亡くなってしまったんだ。あ、それも受けてか。マジか。
Suzanne was telling the truth about her mother.
パソコン。なんだこれは SNS か。モロは死ぬべし。SNS。SNS えぐいな。誹謗中傷がえぐい。
She must have realized at last how she'd been used. The death of her mother would have been an additional shock, and the self-righteous court of social media was as quick as usual to try and convict her.
現代だな、ちょっと。こういうところが現代。
Suzanne's diary.
日記が消えている。メガネもなくなっている。なんだ一体誰かがここに鍵が入っていたはず。ない。お、薬があるじゃん。睡眠薬か。睡眠薬を全部飲んで自殺。
I called the district attorney to inform him. This is Detective Locke, sir. I'm at the Armstrong house.
Have you arrested Suzanne Moreau?
She's dead, sir. Apparent suicide, but I need a forensics team.
She killed herself out of remorse for her part in the crime.
We don't know that yet. I'm calling forensics now, but I wanted you to know.
What a mess. Stay on site until forensics arrive.
Yes, sir. Standing by. The investigation was officially closed.
捜査は打ち切られた。
She was innocent, and Clark had been responsible for 4 deaths and then vanished into thin air. With $1 million dollars marked though, and not easily spent. I didn't care if the case was officially closed.
なるほどね。
I swore, Mr. Poirot, whatever it took, I would hunt him down.
これで戻ってきたな。
I waited for the forensics team, then went into the station to write my report. I was officially off the case.
Thank you, mademoiselle. That obviously cannot be the completion of your story. If I might ask a question?
Of course.
ラチェットはミズ・モローのボーイフレンドノアだった。ラチェットは記者のマイケル・クラークだった。ああ、こっちか、こっちだろ。
Michael Clark, the
Ratchet
reporter. He was Ratchet?
Absolutely. I was the only law enforcement official to question Clark. I knew this wasn't his first kidnapping.
過去にも。
For similar cases, what do you Americans call the MMOs?
Means, motive, and
手段、動
opportunity.
機、
Yes,
機会。
I looked for someone in plain sight. Someone on the edge of a kidnapping case. Someone in plain view, keeping track of the investigations. An innocent witness, a concerned neighbor, even another reporter.
And eventually you found a name behind an alias.
Yes, I found a name.
カセッティ。
The real name. The real name of the man you call Ratchet is Cassetti.
This explains much, mademoiselle, but not all.
It explains why she is our #1 suspect.
But not how she came to be on this train.
青ざめている。
She
ま
has
た
grown
か。
pale.
I don't know
また。
what's wrong with me. Excuse me, Mr. Poirot. I don't feel very well.
You are exhausted and still feeling the effects of
ちょっ
the
とは進んだ
drug.
か。
Stay with us, mademoiselle. One more effort. I need to know your recent movements.
I snuck aboard the train.
This I observed. You came directly to this room?
Yes. Yes, and other than a couple of careful trips to the ladies yesterday, I never left this room. I didn't want to be spotted by Ratchet. Yesterday, I chatted with my roommate, Miss Schmidt, I think.
シュミットさん。
Here in our room. She brought me some dinner. I got very sleepy and nodded off.
And now she nods off again. Is this a joke?
また眠っているジョーク
Faking,
か。
so we can't interrogate her further, Poirot.
No, Book. She really seems to have fallen asleep again. It is my fault. She must have been given a dangerous dose of
危
sleeping
険な量の
pills
睡眠
last
薬を飲
night.
まさ
The
れたに違いない。
effects should wear off
なるほ
soon,
ど。
I hope, but I am afraid asking her to tell us her story was too much for her.
Pinch her, Poirot. She's faking.
タヌキネイリ捕まえ
I
て。
am delighted.
タヌ
She's
キネイリ
not。faking, and there will be no pinching. Dr. Constantine, please stay with
ブー
her.
クはもう
Monsieur
黙っ
Book,
てろよ。
ask the other passengers to gather in the
乗
dining
客を
car.
食堂車に集
There
め
are
てくれ。
still
聞
many
きたいことが
questions
たく
I
さんあ
need
る。
to ask.
But
お
all
一
of
気に。
them together? Won't someone overhear you questioning the others?
I will speak softly because I am trained to do so.
小
They
声で
will
話す。
speak softly because they want to.
Very well. I will do as you say.
いや、まだまだ解決には遠いか。マトリョーシカある。
I hope we will be leaving soon.
I should go and interview the passengers in the restaurant car.
あいつらはいいのか。誰もいないじゃないか。これから来んのか。
The passengers who agreed to come and talk
同
to
意したき
you
乗
are
客だけ
assembled.
集めた。
Mr. Masterman is already here to answer your
同意して
questions.
ない人も
Perfect.
いるの
Thank you,
か
my。friend. Sit down, Mr. Masterman, please.
Thank you.
Does the name Cassetti mean anything to you?
No, should it?
Have you heard of the Armstrong kidnapping
そう
case?
か、今度は
Of course.
事件と
It was all over the news a few
乗
years
客
ago.
たちを
Your employer's real name
つなげ
is
ていくの
Cassetti.
か。
He was the man behind that kidnapping.
Mr. Ratchet was... He murdered that poor little girl?
あ、勝手に
Mr.
進んでいくんだ。
McQueen, the man you worked for is a kidnapper named Cassetti.
What? What kidnapping?
He murdered his victim, a child named Daisy Armstrong.
The Armstrong kidnapping?
You had no idea of Monsieur Ratchet's real name?
Damn skunk.
Why are you so upset?
My father was the district attorney who handled
地
the
方
case,
検
Mr.
事。
Poirot.
マ
I
ジ
saw
か。
Mrs.
そう
Armstrong
か。
more than once.
そこでつ
She
ながっ
was
て
a
きたんだ
lovely
な。
woman, so gentle and heartbroken. If ever a man deserved what he got, Ratchet, or Cassetti, is the man. He didn't deserve to live.
Madame Olson, have you heard of the Daisy Armstrong case?
No, I've never heard
聞いた
of
こともあ
it.
りません。
It was only 2 years ago. It was famous.
Maybe so, but it was not
Spain.
famous in Spain, where I have been helping the refugees from Africa.
You've never heard the name Daisy Armstrong?
No, never.
あれ、
Daisy Armstrong?
あれどんどん変わってる。
No.
No.
ノー、ノー、どんどん、ノー。みんな
Yes.
ノー。
It was all over the English tabloids before I went to
急に
Jordan. A horrific
急に
crime
パン
that
パン
claimed
パ
the
ンパン
lives of
進ん
an
だな。
entire family and their wrongfully accused nanny. That's right, isn't it?
Quite so.
I thought the culprit had been punished.
Some might say that the culprit was punished last night.
Oh, my heavens.
May I ask you a few more questions?
Yes, yes, of course.
アメリカでの滞在経験。
You read about the crime, as you said, in the tabloids.
Yes, that's right. For weeks, news of the royal family was eclipsed.
Have you ever been to the United States, mademoiselle?
No, never. Jordan was really my first trip abroad.
ヨルダン。
You were in Jordan?
Yes, I was an English tutor there to the children of a high official. Until recently.
アーバスノットとタイとの関係。
What is your relationship to Captain Arbuthnot?
Who?
A former
どなた
soldier
じゃないか。
traveling with us. You must have met him.
Ah, yes, I met him on the platform in Istanbul. We only had a brief exchange of pleasantries, nothing more. British Reserve and all that.
Ah, the British Reserve. Yes, with this I am familiar.
解決か。イスタンブール駅のホームだったかどうかも定かじゃないな。短い言葉。普段知らない人とは話しません。英語教師。この辺は別に正しいか。短い言葉が怪しいな。あ、違う。
The truth cannot hide from
普段知らない人とは話しませんか。 だからそうだよな。あいつと話したのもおかしいってことか。あれ違う。イスタンブール駅のホームじゃないのか、実はじゃあ。イスタンブール駅のホームじゃなかったんだ。どこかも覚えてないよ。嘘をついてることを証明する。ホテルでのイヤリング。ホテルでのイヤリング、そうか。こいつだったか。そういえばあったな。最初の。そうか。
Mademoiselle,
秘書。
I know that you met Captain Arbuthnot at the Tocatlion Hotel.
そういえばそう
You
だ
were
った。
spying on me.
I'm very attentive to my surroundings. It helps in my
危ない危ない。
Well, it's your word against mine.
I had occasion to be of some assistance in recovering Captain Arbuthnot's train ticket. While searching his room, I also discovered one of your earrings. Whatever your relationship may be to the good captain, I doubt it has anything to do with British Reserve. You will not tell me your secret, mademoiselle?
I can't. I don't know what you mean.
Poirot, Miss Debenham's got nothing to do with
急にどうした
this. Nothing. You
ま
hear?
た、来たじゃん。殴られる。殴られそう。後ろへ下がる。急に、戦闘。下へかがむ。後ろだって下がれないでしょ。下へかがめ。よし。
Archie, stop.
急に攻撃して殴ってきやがっ
No.
た。
This behavior is unworthy of an officer and a gentleman.
Leave her alone. Have you no honor?
Archie, we should
ア
go.
ーチー。
Captain Arbuthnot, I am certain you are a brave soldier, but you are a poor.
大根役者です。
The
大
truth
根役者。
is that
なぜアーバスの隊は理性を失った。殺人犯だから。殺人犯。恋人だからだな。
your relationship with Miss
明白で
Debenham
す。
is beyond doubt, Captain. Your reaction was apparently that of a man trying to protect the woman he loves. I might understand that if your relationship was some cleverly disguised secret, but it is not. You make puppy dog eyes at one another at every opportunity. You cannot hide your love. Everybody knows.
I advise you to stop with your accusations, Mr. Poirot. I'm going to escort Miss Debenham back to her compartment. Make of that what you will.
The captain and Mademoiselle Debenham are obviously adamant about
喋ら
not
ないな、しか
revealing
し。
their relationship, but this scene convinced me there is more that is not so obvious.
This murder has everyone on edge. In my 25-year career, I have never seen such madness aboard the Orient
まあ
Express.
そらそうだ
I
ろうな。
understand, my friend. The more we learn, the more perplexing this train ride becomes. But we have other clues to pursue.
What do you have in mind?
The broken
次はなんだ？
watch on Monsieur
時計
Ratchet's
か。
wrist, for example, and the
ハンカ
handkerchief
チあっ
found
た
near
な。
the body.
こ
Who
れ
does
ね。
that belong to?
This little drama we have just witnessed has not put you off the scent.
Far from it, my friend. Will you return to your watch over Mademoiselle Locke?
Yes, I will.
手がかりはでも少なくなってきたから、ちょっとずつは近づいているか。ちょいちょいしかしフランス語だったり英語だったりするところがあるな。腕時計についての仮説とハンカチの持ち主。ハンカチ H だな。これがクセモンなんだ。
easy.
イージー。持ち主。うわあ。アーバスノット・コンスタンティン氏。メアリー・デブナム。ナタリア・ドラゴミロフ。ジャン・フォーシェ。サイラス・ハードマン。ヒルデガルデ・シュミット。グレタ・オールソン。アンドレニ・伯爵夫人。アンドレニ伯爵夫人あんま出てきてないな、最近。モリ。ホタル・モリも H。ヘクター・マック・イーも H。キャロライン・ハバード。でも、確か、ヒルデガルデは最初に行った時に言ってないよ。 確か聞いたような気がするな。ハバードか。ハバードも聞いたような気が。H ね。集めた情報によるとあのハンカチは誰のものだろう。これメタ的に言っていいのかな。ホタルモリの可能性ある。でも名字なのか、伯爵夫人はもう下の名前わからないけど。あ、ランサーさんこんにちはです。みんなの動機探し中かな。今のところもね、証拠をとりあえず使ってなんかいろいろやってます。これメタ的にどうなんだろうな。とりあえず押してみるか。ヒルデガルデ。あ、確認。あれ？あ、7人の人物の特定が必要って書いてる。まだわからないってことかな。7人、1、2、3、4、5、6、7人。あ、7人絞れるってことかな。その可能性がある人ってことか。H のつく人か。ハードマンもか。グレタ・オールソン。コンスタンティン。これ適当でいいのかな。わからないな。あ、違う。あ、合ってる。グレタ・オールソン、フォーシェ、ジャン・フォーシェ、デブナム。あと一人か。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
この人なのか。
No, no, no,
違う。
no, not good.
ファミリーネームが出てない人。あ、じゃあコンスタンティンか。そういうことか。そうか、わからないから H の可能性があるってことか。コンスタンティン。ああ、そういうことか。ああ、なるほどね。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
そういうことね。ああ、本当だ。ファーストネームを知らない人物を自動聴取。名前が H で始まる人物を自動聴取。ああ、やっぱそういうことか。わからないから可能性があるっていう見方をしないといけないんだな。なるほど、なるほど。メタ的に言ってもダメだよな。そらそうだよ。そらそうだ。わからんしな。腕時計は死体が見つかった時刻、眠りについた時刻、犯人によって調整された、逃げた時刻、犯行の前から止まっていた、犯行の時刻か。仮説。いやでも調整はわからんな。逃げた時刻、死体が見つかった時刻じゃないでしょ。眠りについた時刻ってのもおかしいか。犯行の前から止まってた可能性もあんのか。実はそうだよな。仮説的に考えるんだったらそうだよな。もともと壊れててとかいうパターンもあるわけだよな。じゃあ犯人によって調整されたかな。この3つかな。お、いけた。おお。なるほど、なるほど。そういう考え方だな。だから犯行の前から止まってる可能性も、だから事件とは無関係でみたいな。そういう可能性も残しされてるから考えろってことだな。なるほど。別のタイムゾーン。あ、矛盾する情報。 腕時計はガラスが割れる前から止まっていたか。ガラスが割れる前には腕時計は止まってなかったことを示すことができる証拠は。そんな証拠ある？あ、なんか違う。ガラスが割れて、ガラスが割れて止まっ、ガラスが割れる前には止まっていなかったってことだよな。この秒針が動いてるからか。秒針が動いてる、微妙に動いてるからでいいのかな。そういうことか。秒針がガクガクしてる。なるほど。矛盾する情報。仮にラチェットが1時15分に死亡していたとすると、どの情報と矛盾が生じるか。1時15分に死亡。0時37分に何者かがラチェットのふりを演じた。列車は雪のために午前0時30分から停車。午前10時40分にラチェットが生きてるのを目撃。午後か。午後10時40分は別にいいか。これはいいよな。0時30分に停車して、もうだな。ラチェットのふりを演じたのがおかしいか。矛盾は生じるか。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot.
タイムゾーン。イスタンブールはどのタイムゾーンにある？いや、わからないけどな。わかりません。協定世界時プラス1。イスタンブールどれがイスタンブール？ハンガリー、イタリー、イスタンブールって書いてる。2って書いてる。UTC2 だ。2だ。グッジョブ。こういうのは教えてくれるんだ。こういう知識がないと。でも現実だったらこの知識ないと解けないわけだから。オリエント急行は現在どのタイムゾーンにある？オリエント急行は今どこで止まってたかな？ビンコビックベルガ1じゃない？ 1 あの辺じゃん。あの辺で止まってんじゃない？
ナイス。
1時間のズレがあるのか。じゃあこの理論が正しければ殺人が実行されたのは12時15分。なるほど。1時間殺人の犯行時刻がずれるということか。なるほどね。1時間の犯行時刻にずれが出たぞ。タイムゾーンが関わってくるとはな。見方を変えるだけで済んだ。海外ゲームやってたおかげ。いろいろやってたおかげかわかんないけど。アリバイが重なっている人物。いや、これわからんな。これわからんぞ。やばい。アリバイが重なっている人物。どういうこと？これはこれだろう。これシェフはこれだろう。で、ムッシュ、ブークとコンスタンティンだな。この辺はそうだよな。で、アーバスノット。ミス・デブナムが、オールソンだな。で、アリバイがない人を探すのか。で、アーバスノット隊がマックイーンか。じゃあ、ハバード夫人がないじゃん。ハバード夫人がアリバイがないってことか。崩れた。ハバード夫人、犯人扱いしたらもっと取り乱しそうだな。なんだ？何やってんだこれ。ゼンマイ仕掛け。いつ私の番なのかと思っていました。さっさと来いじゃあ。またブチギレそう。そうだね。
Sorry.
問題が発生してまして、オレンジジュースの機械が壊れて直せなくて、そんな今やることじゃないだろう。後にしろ。オレンジジュース。
Let me guess. You call upon
俺がやらないといけないんだ。
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished.
オレンジジュース、なんでそんな最新のマシンっぽいのに後ろこんな歯車だらけなんだよ。そんなゼンマイ仕掛けか。ああ、こう回さないといけないのか。うまく当ててはまらない。違う。大きさはゼンマイ、このギアの大きさはそんな種類ないな。あ、でも同じとこにもつけれる。同じとこにもつけれるけど、あ、違う違う違う。なるほど、高さが違うのか。回った。回った。回った。そう難しくはなかったぜ。この要素いる。まあミニゲームでしょ。ゲームだから。ゲーム要素としてミニゲームをまあ散りばめてみたいなことでしょ。
Bravo. I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli.
まあ操作に専念するだけだったらいらんけど、ゲームとしてのまあ遊び要素じゃない。
Oh, naturally. It is
レイトン教授みたい。レイトン教授も確かに。アームストロング事件。
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes? It was a little girl, a baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no, then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
アリバイ。
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr.
マスターマンさんと一緒の部屋か。
Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
迷惑だな。
Hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
情報が少ない。
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Poirot. I can put orange juice back on the menu.
Enchanté, mademoiselle. You are
ヒルデガルデ・シュミッ
I
トさ
am
ん。
Nafol. And you, I know, are Herr Poirot.
correct. May I ask you for a few minutes of your time to answer a few questions?
With pleasure, but first may I ask for your help?
Why does this not surprise me?
お願い。何マトリョーシカか？その目の前に置いてる。
My mistress,
あ、マトリョーシ
Princess
カじゃん。
Radmirov, has asked me to open this traditional matryoshka doll.
マトリョーシカを開けて中のアクセサリーを取り出したい。ほう。
Madame, in my experience,
またミニゲーム
Russian
か。
nesting doll simply pulls apart to reveal the next one inside.
Indeed.
ご自分で試してください。
As you wish.
なんか仕掛け
You
があ
are
るの
a
か。
gentleman.
全く。次から次へと。なんだ。あ、なんかずれてるな。あれが。模様がずれてんだ。どんどんちっちゃくなっていくんだろう、どうせ。マトリョーシカめ。マトリョーシカってあんな風になってんの？あ、パズルのマトリョーシカだからか。あれ？これは合ってるようにも見えるが。何か手がかりがあるのか。あ、後ろのあれか？ オレンジ、青。じゃあ紫か。紫青か。よし。ちっちゃくなってきたぜ。うわ、いっぱい回る。全部揃えれば、同じやつに揃えればいいのかな。そんな気もするな。むずいぞ。しかし。これじゃダメか。あ、いた。あ、やった、いけた。適当にやっていけた。これがなんだ。呪われた人形みたいな。あ、なんか書いてる。私の最愛の友人へ。
Inscription reads,
ほ
To
う。
my dearest friend.
Ah, thank you very much. This doll reminds her of her youth in Russia. It was very hard under the Soviet regime, but thanks to her strength of will, she rose to be the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg. Even though she now lives in Berlin, it is said that the Kremlin still fears her.
She must be a formidable woman indeed. You are her
メイ
maid?
ド、
I am her companion.
助手。
I help her in her daily tasks, and I keep
助
her
手とメイ
company.
ドはなんか違うのか。
Forgive me. You will have heard of Ratchet's murder last night.
Yes, of course. Everyone is talking about it.
アリバイ。
Can you tell me how you occupied your time last night?
Just after we left Istanbul, I had tea with my roommate, Fräulein Locke. I went to dinner with the princess, and when I returned to my compartment, Fräulein Locke was already asleep.
ロックさん
A
ね。
little later, Herr Michel, the conductor, came to get me because Madame la Princesse needed my help. Her back troubles her. I massaged her for about an hour.
Do you remember the time?
Ah, I'm sorry, I do not, mein Herr.
ハンカチ。
Have you lost a handkerchief embroidered with an H, madame?
Oh, no, monsieur.
I thought perhaps since your first name is Hildegard.
It is not mine, I tell you. I could not afford something so nice. I have no idea who it belongs to.
My apologies, I did not mean to alarm you. Thank you for answering my questions, madame.
パズルの方がなんかでかくて聞ける情報は少ないな。もうと情報くれよ、もうちょっと。205は誰だ。あ、あんまり知らん人。
I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Monsieur Poirot.
あ
What do
ん
you
ま知ら
want?
ない人です。
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right,
シンプ
but
ル
quick.
クエスチョン。
My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rodolphe Adreny.
Your
André.
home is...
ルドルフ
Budapest.。
And how do you
ブダ
come
ペ
to
ス
be
ト。
aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet
Hungary.
Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
人物。ハンガリー人でいいのか。外交官。年齢は割と若いけど34歳かな。よし。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Can you tell
Alibi.
me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I I played the video game on my
スマホでゲームをしてい
About
て、
11 o'clock
11時
in
頃、
the evening,
何のゲームだ
my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep.
睡眠薬を飲んでいま
She
した。
took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
響さん、こんにちはです。このゲームは列車内でだけですか？基本的にはそうだけど、最初のチュートリアルは列車の外から始まったりするし、チュートリアルのちょっとした謎解きがあったり、あとは過去編みたいな感じで別の場所での操作とかがありますね。でも基本は列車が中心ではあるかな、やっぱり。
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy
1
in
年間ワ
Washington
シン
for
ト
a
ン
year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
アンドレニー伯爵
It
夫人。
was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible.
それは
As
断
I
る。
told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you.
ダメか。
And good luck with the investigation.
ちょっとぐらいいいじゃないか。
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife. Madame Hubbard, may I
ハバードさん。
ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help?
Have you
Handkerchief.
misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone
誰でも
could
嘘を
be
ついてる可
lying,
能性はあ
of
りますね。
course. I
そんな
thank
ことを
you,
言って。
madame.
わざわざ。201は、あ、201この人か。この人もあんまり今まで出てきてなかったな。
Hello,
ハ
Monsieur
ードマン
Hardman,
さ
I
ん。
believe. You have heard of
あんまり
the
喋って
murder?
ない。
Cyrus
プロ
Hart.
ファイリングか。
Yes.
から
The
か
fact
な。
that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
殺人出くわしたの
I
は
had
初
no
めてじゃな
idea
い。
the
そうなん
selling
だ。
of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover.
私立
I'm a
探
private
偵。
detective, just like
アメ
you,
リカから
from
来ま
the
した。
US.
え？私立探偵なの？アメリカ人？おもちゃの販売員じゃなくて、それは嘘だったのか。年齢30歳か、微妙だけどな。でも55は言ってないか。でも探偵30歳、若いか。若すぎるか、30は。55かな。よし。
That was easy.
イージー。
I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me. to
護衛を
protect
依頼された。
Something you
同じ
failed
か。
to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back.
失敗してしま
Yeah,
った。
something I failed to do. But he seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
アリバイ。
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
なるほ
You
ど。
see
ちゃんと
anything in
やってたんだ。
particular?
The conductor, Michelle. He was there most of the time, too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Hardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What?
知らなかった
He
か。
killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
脅迫の原因。
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a
背
small
が
man,
低くてダークな
dark
髪色
hair,。with a womanish
女っ
kind of
ぽい
voice.
声の男。
Thank you for your help.
わかりにくいな。
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Do I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that?
まあ見えないわな。女性ものっぽいからな。
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Hardman.
Listen, Poirot. I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make
同
it
じ
right.
探偵か。探偵が2人も。そして刑事もいる。
I am not prepared to receive
誰と
anyone.
も会いたくない。
Come back
後で来てちょうだい。
Very
後
well,
だったら
madam.
いいんだ。
I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
ダメか。
I am not
一
Very
緒
well,
か。
madam.
返事がね。屍か。
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
この人はないか。マックイーンさん。
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
違うだろ、さすがに。
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth.
布のハンカチは
handkerchiefs.
使いません。布のハンカチじゃなかったら何のハンカチ？プラスチックか。
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore.
なんだこれは。本だ。ザ・ワイルド。自然の本か。あれ、あとは誰だ？こっちか。102もいた。あ、102は入った。入れない。残りは誰だ？伯爵夫人とは話せない。
I am not
Very well.
ダメか。ティッシュしか使わない派。ティッシュ。まあ確かに。ここは行ったな。ここは私の部屋。ダメかな。手助けを求める。手助けを。
Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
守っている。説得。愛している。
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrini.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No, I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering about a
めまい
vertigo.
か。
You understand? The room spins.
コンスタンティン医師の助けを提案。
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this
医師がいるとは知らなかった。あ、そうなんだ。知らなかったのかよ。
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
その間に奥さんと話をするのか。いいのかな。怒られそうだけど、いいのか。
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who
絶
you
対
are,
怒ら
Mr.
れる。
Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation
差
is
し迫った状
urgent,
況だ
and
から。
I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile
Kaho.
family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and
Back Bay.
raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college
2
when I
年
met
前は
Rudy
学
2
生
years
だっ
ago.
た。
I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected.
なるほど。アメリカ人。2年前学生だったってだけで、でも外交官ではないのかな。職業なしでいいのかな。39歳ぐらい。いや、2年前学生だったら21歳か。21歳、まあ若いね。でも2年前学生だったらそうか。何歳でも学生になれるけど。大学生だったらまあ30代でもなくはないか。でもなかった。
Voilà.
ボラ。
A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is
Elenaか。
Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a
睡
sleeping
眠
pill
薬
and
で寝
that
たと。
did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and
12
2
時から
a.m.
2
I
時。
know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see.
対決来た。列車の揺れが12時から2時じゃないんじゃない？止まってたからじゃない？実はこの時間も止まってたでしょ、列車は多分。
Calm now, Countess.
事実
You
で
are
はない
not
ですね。
telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
列車の停止だ。
The train stopped at 12:30
揺れはあり
a.m.
ません
due
で
to
した。
snow.
動いてないからな。
So there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man
人が死んでいるんです。病気を理由に意味不明なことを言わないでください。まあ、もっともだけど、もっともです。人が死んでいるんです。
How dare you?
よくもそんなことを。
I didn't do anything
私は何も間違っていない。夫を探しに行きます。やばい。夫に殺される。なんでみんな嘘つくんだ。隠してやがる。
That was unkind, I know,
意地悪だったかな。
but my
でも
strategy
うまくいっ
worked.
た。
I can now inspect this
この部屋
room
を
in peace.
くまなく探れるだったよな。すごい追い出して部屋を探るためにポワロやるね。ずる賢いよな。まあ探偵はそうでなきゃな。ダメか。ちょっとぐらいは。コナン君だってそうだからな。さらにせこい。ポワロ。まあ探偵だから。そうもやらないと人が死んでいるんです。人が死んでいるんこ これ関係ない。オルゴール触るなっつってたな。家宝のオルゴール。これを壊したらもうかなり怒られる。
There seems to be
ここに何か
something
がかけ
missing
ている。パズルかな。パズルっぽいな、あのオルゴール。なんだこれ、イヤリングか。かけるやつ。アクセサリーのあれか。ああ、また睡眠薬。睡眠薬、みんな同じ睡眠薬飲んでるな。
Countess Andreni took last night.
海外ではああいう薬のやつよく出るけど、こういうね、こういう薬のなんか薬品みたいな科学者が扱ってそうなシンプルな、海外とか、まあ映画とかでもこういう薬の感じだけどね。こんななのかな、海外は。日本はもっとなんかデカデカとね、なんか広告じゃないけど、その商品名とかいろいろ何に効くとかデカデカと書いてる印象があるけどな。シンプルだよな、海外の薬。引き出しは見れないな。あれ、これだけか。何かが欠けてる。あ、裏も見れた。間違えそうね。間違えそうだよね、薬ね。そういう文化なのかな。日本はもうほんと何に効くかとかデカデカ書いてるから。ないな。絵を合わせるのかと思ったが違うのか。なんだこれ。何の手がかりもないのよ、これ。あ、下も動かせる。閉じた。
It's closed.
閉じたって何？
It's closed.
ここが開くのか、下が開くのか。なんか手がかりくれよ、手がかり。花。何がそうなの？その形ってこと？鳥。もっと別のとこになんか手がかりあんのか。あ、上に手がかりがある。ちゃんと観察しないと。上にあんのか。花、鳥。なんか。鳥真ん中だな。葉っぱか、葉っぱ。葉っぱ。まあ、どっちがどっちかはいまいちわからんが。どっちがどっちかはわからん。こうかな。
It's closed.
違う。逆か。じゃこれ何も書いてないとこは関係ないのか。
It's closed.
あ、違う。違うのか。花かな。じゃあ両方花か。
It's closed.
違うな。
It's closed.
関係ないの。わからないな。なんだ。何も書いてないとこは逆に怪しい説ある。あ、ここに葉っぱがあるじゃん。葉っぱマークあるぞ。あれこっちか。こっちだ。葉っぱマークと鳥と花だ。これがそうだった。ヒントだったのか。うっすら書いてるやつじゃなかった。こっちがヒントだったわ。でもどれが真ん中？ここが真ん中とするならば、鳥が左で、葉っぱが右か。ちゃんと観察眼だな。ちゃんと書いてるな。よく見ないと。あれ？違うじゃん。じゃあ真ん中じゃないのか。どこが真ん中だろう。花真ん中、葉っぱ右じゃないのか。
It's closed.
クローズ。鳥が真ん中だとしたら葉っぱが左か。それはやったか。
It's closed.
違う。花が、あとは葉っぱが真ん中、葉っぱが真ん中パターン。え？あ、いた。葉っぱ真ん中なのか。なぜ葉っぱ真ん中だったのかわからんが。クランク。葉っぱ真ん中だった理由、なんかあんのかな。なんかあんのかな。あ、この、あれか。この四角いあれも必要だったのか。この位置を指してたのか。四角いマスが。なんかあるなと思ったら全部にあるじゃん。全部にあったら全然気づかなかったわ。この四角いマスが位置を指してたんだ。そういうことか。全然気づかないな、ほんと。観察眼が全然足りないぜ。オルゴール。勝手にオルゴールを動かしてる。何の曲？難しいんだけど、しかも。これもなんかあんの？これもなんかしないといけないのか。何をするんだ？何をするか全くわからん。いた。なんかわからんけど、いた。そしてまたなんか。人形の向きもそうだよね。なんかこのなんか模様が書いてあるね。これまた手がかりだろう。星とか音符とか、これがなんかどっかに書いてない。下の段だ。下の段。今度は観察だぜ。土星、星、音符がこっちだ。真ん中だ。あれ押せない。あれ押せなくなっちゃって。押せた。こうかな。よし。おお、すごいでっかいペンダント。ファーストネーム、キリル文字が刻まれてる。キリル文字読めるの？ポアロさん、キリル文字も読めるんですか？読めませんけど、私には。知ってるけど。開けれる。ユリの紋章が。かわいい子供たち。ヘレナとソニアにって書いてる。ここに2人いたのか。ソニア。年上の少女。ヘレナだ。よし、手がかりは揃ったかな？揃ってないのか、まだ。これまだ。あれまだ見んのかな？まだ見るっぽいぞ。こう見た。まだあるな。あの写真。ヘレナとソニアに。ヘレナ、H だ。
Helena with an H.
ポアロ、この恥知らずめってバレた。怒られちゃった。
Monsieur,
まあそりゃそうだ
I
よ
am
な。
afraid shame is not
恥などという感情は真実を追求する探偵にはあまり役に立ちません。ポアロすごいな。
Doing in our compartment.
I am investigating
これは殺人事件の
a
調
murder,
査で
Count
す。
Anthony.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
後悔するのはそっちだ。
You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
なんてこ
The
と。
message in the
Message.
medallion was addressed to you and Sonia. Sonia
ソニア・
Armstrong,
アームストロング。
your older sister? The mother
殺害された
of
デイジーの母
the
親。
murdered child.
ここでつながってくるんだ。
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg.
ヘレナ・
sister
ゴールデン
of
バーグ。
Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my
デイジーは
niece.
私のメイ。
The music box is a gift from my
つなが
sister's
ってきた
godmother,
な。
a very close
どんどん
friend
と。
to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so.
だといいですね
I'll let。you
もういいでしょう。どうせまだ全員嘘ついてんだろ。どうせ全員嘘ついてるからまだ。まだ解決する必要があるが、その前にメダルの裏にあった文字を確認しないと。メダルの裏。メダルって何のメダル？さっきのか。メダルだ。マインドマップ。ポアロのロシア語の知識を使ってこの彫刻を翻訳しよう。無理だ。俺にはロシア語の知識がないからな。ポアロはゲーム内でだけで操ってるのは俺なんだ。ポアロじゃないんだ。まあでも、これ合わせればいいのかな。合わせるだけか。わからない。全然わかりません。マーク。似たようなマークを探せばいいのかな。R みたいな。N か。むずいね。これむずいね。A かな ?T。A。これでいいのかな。あ、ナタリアだ。ナタリアって書いてる。ナタリアだ。ナタリア・ドラゴミロフ。H。ロシア語の発音では H なんだ。じゃあ N だ。キリル文字で H。キリル文字って何？ロシア語ってこと？やったぞ。H の謎がここでつながってきたな。真相に一気に近づいた感があるぞ。さあ。
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madam, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I
そう
cannot
はい
speak
かない
to
ぜ
you。just now.
Madam, I know that Sonia
ソニア・アームストロングの名
is
付け
your
親。
goddaughter.
Come in, please.
おう。
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask.
答えた
I'll
かったら
answer if
答え
it
るわ。
pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce.
すでに推測できることもありそうだ。まあ、とりあえず、ロシア人か？ロシア人だよな、ロシア語。博物館の館長だったかな。年齢は51ってほどでもない85だろう。よし。
I'm right again. That happens to me.
アリバイ。
I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until
11
11
時まで
and
読書
tried
し
to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around
12時45分頃、シュミットを呼んだ。
massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see.
でも犯行時刻があれだもんな。刺繍入りのハンカ
The
チ。
first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is
スマホ。
yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
犯
It
行
was
現場にあった。
found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's
そん
body?
な、
My
そうだ
reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
事件。
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact,
だいぶ落
monsieur.
ち着いてん
You
な。
knew Colonel Armstrong well, then.
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he?
知らなか
And
った
justice has
ふ
at
りを
last
して
been
やがる。
served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call
そ
it.
んな偶然がある
You
か
are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence, your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence, one of the stab wounds inflicted on the
左利き。
body was by a left-handed person.
この人
You
左利
are
きなの。
left-handed. That is a lot of
偶然が多いですね。
coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more
共犯者。
accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
まだまだか。なんだ、あ、鳥。プリベット。鳥が喋っとる。鳥、そういえばいるっつってたな。これで大体終わった？新しいアリバイの再確認。合致する人物は、これはまあアンドレニー。で、シュミットか。どっちがどっちだったかな。フォスカレリ。どっちがどっちだったか。ちょっと忘れちまったから。合ってた。
My little gray cells did not.
ブークへ報告だ。進むか。
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes.
こっちの問題はまだだがね。箱の移動、2日の手当、ジューサーの修理、ロシア人形も開けた。全然関係ないことやってる。
So my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
デザートのレシ
How
ピ。
can I?
Truly, the labors of
ヘラ
Hercules.
クレスの
My
冒険。
friend, I would rather clean out the Orgeon stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
つながりがね、
Tell
結
me
構
everything.
生まれてきたからね。
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch.
次は腕時
It
計
could
か。
have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the
調査に使え
investigation.
ない。
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There
3
are
人か。
3 women.
まだアームストロング事件とのつながりが少ないな。3人か。まあこの女性は
What's happening
でも
to me?
関係ないだろうな。
Did I fall asleep again?
Indeed, Mademoiselle Locke. Did you take any medication? Sleeping pills, for example?
No. I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
薬を飲まされた。シュミット。シュミットと誰？あと誰だ？こいつとつながりがあるとしたらでもドラゴミノフか。あ、違うの。あとなんかあったっけ？睡眠薬を持ってる人物かな。 夫人。
Think, Poirot.
違う。あ
That
れ
is not a good answer.
わからん。デブナム。
I do
あ、
not
違うな。
think that's the right answer.
あとは、シェフか。シェフ。このケーキ、でもケーキ運んできた飲み物に入れたってことか。そういうあれもあるってこと。可能性があるってこと。
I must
違う
admit
じゃん。
I'm not right
違うの
this
か。
time.
他なんかつながりあったか。あんま知らないんだよな、この辺。ミシェル、車掌が飲ませる。わからん。
No, 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 not good.
車掌か。
I'm sure
あ、車掌だ。
Monsieur Michel may have drugged
車
the
掌入れれ
tea
んの。
Mademoiselle Lope drank.
車掌が運ぶのか。
Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea.
そうか、車掌が飲み物を運んだのかな。そうなのか。
But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would
最
very
後まで聞
much
きたい
like
です
you
ね。
to
お、
finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed,
最後かな
I
こ
put
れ。
out a
もしかし
standing
たらこの
request
人
to
の
the
物
police
語は。
departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could
見
use.
つからなかった。独自に調査し続けたってことか。4年が過ぎた。少ないな、このボード。だいたい張り巡らしてあんのに、このボードの探偵簿調査ボードが少ない。
I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name.
マイケル・クラークの名前があった。
Clark.
なんだと。マイケル・クラークの死。
A bill from the power company.
電気代の
with, I'm
請
sure,
求
plenty
書。
of excuses why my rates keep going
関
up.
係ないか。オリエント急行だ。
Travel.
ちょうど
For the
か。
discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I?
あ、車の人も乗ってる。アントニオ・フォスカレリ。報道記者マイケル・クラークの遺体がボストンの裏庭に埋められているのが発見された。なる、本物のマイケル・クラークってことか。2018年の秋。
Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago?
第一容疑者が殺されている。
This is Michael Clark?
これがマイケル・クラーク。
He doesn't look anything like the journalist
似ても似つかない。
Michael,
全然違
you
う。
have earned a place on my
やっぱり。
evidence board.
遺留品か。ヘアブラシ。
Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent.
スザンヌをやっぱ犯行にするため、犯人に仕立て上げるために。
Fluffy.
フラッフ
Daisy's
ィ
plush
ー。
toy. The lab team found this keychain in the cabin, but they wouldn't have bothered to examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look.
ん、取り出したいなんかあんのか。開けれるぞ、カプセルが。パズルか、これも。ルービックキューブみたいになってる。え？あ、これなんか真ん中も動かせんのか。逆だし。逆でもいいのかな。逆じゃダメかこれ。 でも逆はこれ逆になる。一回こうして反転させればいいのか。一回全部裏向けて回せば逆か。よいしょ。お、なんだメモリーか。お、USB。
A USB key.
USB で
Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty
3.0
little
か。
secret it contains.
こいつは
So
テ
clever.
ープ。
All that evidence. and
DNA
yet
が取
no
れない。
DNA found.
まだこれあるな。まだこれなんか光ってるっぽい。鍵。あ、鍵がなんか怪しいぞ。3569。なんか出てきた。
Key knife.
キーナイフ。
They sell them on the internet for
鍵に
self-protection.
そのナイフが。そういうのあるんだ。なんだこれは。あ、3569か。これもパズル。まさかの。どんだけ仕掛けあんねん。なんだこれ、薬か。アポトキシンか。
What do we find?
アーモンドの匂い。生酸カリ。ペロしたのか。匂いで。アポトキシンだ。こんなところに自殺する用とかかな。パズル多すぎだろ、このキーホルダー。なんだ、今度はなんだ。目を。左、右、左、左、右、左。仕掛けの多い、あれだな、ほんと。
What do they call this?
こんな
Brass
細かい。
knuckles? Knuckle dusters?
ナックルダスターなの、これ。武器がいっぱいあるんだけど。小型の仕込み武器が。
What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
懐中電灯はこれも仕掛けか。パズル好きだったのかな。しかし。これはなんだ。あ、鍵。おお、すごいツールが。ロックピックみたいな。
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have
仕込まれてるな。懐中電灯に。これで終わりか。こいつは。
The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's.
よし、OK。パソコンで、まずは。猫ちゃんいるじゃん、猫ちゃん。あ、これは。
Shaved off the metro beard. But I'd recognize that
Ratchet.
smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board.
印刷してる。なんだこれ。
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them and on the
印
wall
刷して
they go.
ボード行き。なんか手が怪しいけどな。関係ないのか、手は。これだけか。
Shaved off the metro beard. The man I shaved off the metro. The man I shaved the man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark.
ランフランコカセッテ
Absolutely
ィ。
nothing on this
情報
cassette.
な
His
し。
driver's license is almost surely a fake.
猫ちゃん。
I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
情報が少ないけど、あ、増えた。ちょっと増えた。あ、なんか、2つをつなぎ合わせ、それぞれの関連性を明らか。調査の結論を導き出そう。
Ratchet's real name was
ラチェットはカセッティだと。
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly
別
two
人。
different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
.繋がらんか。あ、これタトゥーだ。
His
こっち
tattoo
だ。
is the same on both pictures.
身元不明銃撃事件の被害者、ボストンの銃撃事件ともつながる。これがでもこれじゃないの。でもマイケル・クラークだったってことか。これ違うの。これと一緒ってことはどう？まだ手がかり足りないのかな。まだ足りないか。パソコン、あ、なんかある。顔認証。
The real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the
ちょっ
photo
と
of
似
the
てる
fake
人が
Michael
いるけ
Clark
ど、
matches
右
someone
上
in
じゃ
the
ん。
database
右
of
上
known
でしょ。
criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him.
か
But
な
it
り
looks
違う。
pretty
違う
different.
のか。何が変わったのか。髪。
Yes, he seems
ひげ。
different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
All right.
ひげ。鼻は一緒か。目は一緒だな。メガネ。それファッション。すぐ変えるとこだけだな。耳。口。鼻。あれ額。何ハゲ散らかしたってこと？
No, no, Joanna.
違うか。
That doesn't track.
鼻か耳か口。鼻ちょっと違うか。耳。なんかわからんな。口。ひげはそうだし、口は一緒にも見える。
He's changed his
鼻
appearance
か
a lot.
鼻はいじっ
Probably
た
had some plastic
鼻を
surgery
整
on his
形した
nose,
のか
but there is
鼻
no
そんな
doubt
違う
it's
か
the same person. Let's
鼻
see
だ
when
け
he was
変えたの
arrested.
かラチェット逮捕されている。
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you? It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't
一
find
切記載
anything
が
about
ない。
him. But I know just who to call.
消されたのか。ロボット防衛連盟だ。どこだ
Hello,
それ。
Braid. Long time.
あ、ブレード。
How may I assist you?
I need you to search the
ダ
dark
ークウ
web.
ェブ。
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Cause, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel
闇のなんか
Ratchet?
情報を。
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
メー
Alright,
ル。
hang on. Okay.
早いな。仕事が早い。
Okay. Nope.
机の人か。
Nope. And okay.
椅子の人だったかな。
Oh, this might be something. I gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
一
Domo
体なんだ。
arigato, Mr. Roboto.
どうもありがとう。日本人だったのか。
Oh, it's a cookbook.
どうもありがとうって言ってた。パソコンの人じゃない。椅子の人じゃなかった。 まあいろいろあるけど。ブレイドからのメール。ヘクター・マックイーン。ヘクター・マックイーンってあいつ、あれだな。予約、あ、そうか。これで乗ることが分かったのか。秘書が予約して、そういうことか。マックイーンとマスターマンとラチェット3人がオリエント急行に乗るということを掴んだわけか。なるほど。そしてそれを追うためにオリエント急行へたどり着いたわけだな。チケットがバラバラに。でも1週間前にラチェットはアルメニアで逮捕されてるけど、保釈金で脱出したとか。ラチェットの乗車券。ここもつながるのかな。ここはつながらないか。マックイーンとかのチケットは関係ないか。直訳では椅子の男になった。あ、直訳では椅子の人。まあなんか、日本語訳はそうだった気がする。どうなん？その原作は違うのか。電話の録音。あと何が？でもこれがこいつじゃないのやっぱ。違うのか。そういうつなげるあれがないってことか、まだ。この辺つなげばいいのか。関係あるかわからんけど、つなげばいい。チケットもこれ3つつなげばいいのか。つなげばいいんだな。とりあえずつないどこう。まあ、とりあえずつないでみよう。これとこれはつながらないな。お金はつながらない。スザンヌの逮捕令状。誘拐の証拠。間違えた。クラークは関係ないな。これもつながるのか。これつながらない。あとなんかあんのかな。まだパソコンある。パソコンないかも。見れる。一緒か。見れる。見たな。裁判はでも行われる前だったのか。結構進んでいる。あ、サコさんこんにちはです。昨晩1回目を見終わったけどツッコミ面白かったです。ありがとうございます。結構進みましたよ。1回目終わって今だいぶ進みましたね。3時間で結構。まあ原作を知ってればあれだろうけど。あ、これオリエント急行。
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
これもボードに。あ、破った。 ちぎって。デイジー見れない。
The event? Some old train?
この顔、
But that
あの男。
face, that man.
え、知ってんのか？この顔は誰だ？あ、こいつか、まさか。あ、ここに映ってる。こいつだ。こいつと、そうか、アームストロング大佐とのつながりか。
I know that face. That's John
運
Armstrong's
転手。
driver.
そうか、そうか、ここでつながりが出てくんだな。
Next week, a certain
面白いから最初から見てきます。あ、ぜひぜひ最初から見た方がね、絶対いいからね、ストーリーを。いってらっしゃいです。
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
1週間後にオリエント急行に乗る。ではタイムマシンで3時間前にタイムマシン。また3時間後に会いましょう。3時間経ったら私は6時間後になってるかもしれない。
Hector McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week. Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
オリエント急行にみんなが集まっていく。アームストロングの自殺。マックイーン地方検事が辞任。そうか、これ地方検事も
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted
つなが
him
りが
just as
マ
it
ッ
has
クイ
haunted
ーン
me.
とのつながりがあるからそれも結ぶのか。マックイーンどれだ？マックイーンこっちか。
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district
同じ
attorney
名字の
during the
人物
Armstrong
がい
case?
る。親父かなんかっつってたよな。この辺は関係ないか。あとはどうつながるんだ？こうはつながらんわな。お金ともつながらんか。これ関係ない。これが怪しいよな。これがあんまりつながってないしな。証拠、誘拐の証拠は別にな、今更なんか。マイケル・クラーク。昨日遺体で見つかった。でもこれとじゃないの？あ、これはまた違うのか。違うあれか。ボストン郊外ウォータータウンの近くのある森林で男性が死亡している状態で見つかった。顔はハンマーで故に損傷。喉には$100紙幣1枚が押し込まれていた。$100万の身代金の中の1枚と一致することが明らかになっている。ってことはこことつながるのか。とりあえずでもつながらないのか。まあ、ここは上とつながってるからいいのか。 こいつもクラークが殺したのか。こうか。死んだのはノア、ボーイフレンドだったやつか。スザンヌの口封じに殺したのか。お金を独り占めするために殺したのか。あとどれだ。あとどれがつながるんだ。まだ手がかりがいるのかな。もうだいぶ来てない。あと何？壁に貼った手がかりを関連付けようになってるな。ノアの章なんかないよな。スザンヌつながらないよな。マイケル・クラークは別になりすましただけだから別に他に関係はないか。誘拐の証拠とノアか。でもない。オリエント急行。もう線がぐちゃぐちゃになってきたから分からなくなってきたな。自殺。マックイーンのチケット。付箋は見れない。見れた。誘拐犯。デイジー、でもこうか。結局こう繋がるのかな。繋がらないか。こっち繋がってるもんな。適当にマックイーン地方検事が辞任。まあ関係ないわな。関係ないよなこの辺。あとなんだ。証拠。誘拐の証拠。他ないよな。ヘクター・マックイーン。ヘクター・マックイーンが増えてる。パソコンに。ヘクター・マックイーンの情報が見ないと。増えとるがな。マックイーンだ。父親はマサチューセッツ州のマックイーン地方検事。ボードに追加される。なんだ。あったのかまだボードに。手がかりが。もう1マスぐらい入りそうだな、ここ。誰か。そこか。じゃあ右下も埋まるぞ、これ。マックイーンともう一人マスターマンか、じゃあ。次は。マックイーンのチケット。で、マックイーンの息子、つないで。で、ラチェットもつなぐか。ラチェットはつながなくていいのか。つないだ。雇われている。で、あと1個じゃない。あと1個あんのかな。ない。あれマスターマンはマスターマンはいいのか。マスターマンの関連性が出ないけどいいのかな。マスターマンつながりが出てないな。マスターマンとな。マスターマンつながりありそうだよな。マックイーンと。でもマスターマンの写真がないな。ここに埋まりそうだよな。この上に。こいつとつながりはない。マックイーンのつながりはもうスザンヌとはなんもないでしょ。デイジーとのつながりもないでしょ。 チケット関係ない。あ、オリエント急行に乗るっていうやつか。違う。証拠がまだありそうだが。あ、金のヒゲだ。金のヒゲや。
Shiny facial hair. The good news is that it's gold. I've read it
なんだこれ
probably
は。
10 times already.
モビーディック。
But I can't get enough of it. Don't know why.
モビーディック号。
Maybe because it helps me sleep.
関係ない。情報くれ。
The Orient Express.
ないなあ。え、
Mr. Ratchet, what recent information does the death?
もう見たしな。むずいぞ。あと何を見落としている。逮捕されて保釈金を払ったのはこことつながりそうなんだけど関係ないのかな。身代金。違うなあ。オリエント急行。視察は関係ない。電話も関係ないよ。ソニア、ジョン。電話番号わかんないしな。マスターマンのチケット、ラチェットのチケット。わからん。あとどこがつながるんだ。なんか忘れてんのかな。 運転免許証。カセッティ。線が緑色になるけど関係ないんだな。証拠は全部見たっぽいしな。パソコン増えてない。やべえ、操作が行き詰まっている。いやー、見たよな。白くなってないもんな。
I knew it. Mr. Ratchet, what recent information? I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
わからんぞ。何が残ってるかってのがわかんないんだよな。何を紐解かないといけないのかが。関連付けよう。あと2つもあるんだ。手がかりの関連性。マスターマンの情報がないからな。これでなんか名前出てこない。マスターマン出てこない。2018年の秋に死亡。適当にもうやるしかない。わからん。マスターマンとのつながりがどっかにないか。猫ちゃんが気になる。猫ちゃん顔見たいけどね、見れない。被害者は不明だけど、これがノアだとしたら情報もないのか。それも見れないか。共犯者。まあここのつながりはあるけどな。もう別にいいのか。
Goodbye, Michael
あ、ここ
Clark.
繋がってなかった。
Hello, Samuel Ratchet.
あ、こことここが
The man who stole your identity and your life.
東大元暮らしだった。ラチェットとクラークのこの同一人物っていうの、
Ratchet is taking the
そういう
Orient
ことか、
Express
ここだ
next
け
week.
か。運転免許証で繋がってたから。
The district attorney's son is too.
なるほど。あ、これでいけたわ。まさかの。変なとこに引っかかったな。
It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to
復讐を決意したに違いない。そして車内で必ずラチェットを襲う。ああ、つながった。私もオリエント急行に乗らなくては。
But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to
パ
have
リ
him
に着
arrested.
くのを待って逮捕するしかない。ああ、だから列車に乗り込んで犯行を防ごうとしたけども、防げなかったということか。乗車券を入手しないといけないんだ。でも満室だから忍び込んだってわけか。
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do?
まあマックイーンとあいつだけじゃなかったからな、乗り合わせたのは。不正乗車。誰かの乗車券を買い取る。もう不正乗車だろう。いや、買い取るか。不正乗車
I
しろも。
could try to get on the train without a ticket,
逮捕
but
される可能性もあ
I
る。
could end up arrested.
まあ警察が
And Ratchet could get away or get murdered. No, there's a better way.
買い取るし
Let's
かない
find
か。
out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
プレートの出番。椅子の人。こっちゃ。
Braid! It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their IT is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
バックドア。
Whoa, calm down.
一人名前が分かった。女性だ。
Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the
ステイ
server
シー・
was
ジョンソン。
Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll
ス
have
テ
to
イシ
figure
ー・
out
ジ
for
ョンソン
yourself.
は何
I
者
gotta
だ
go back to weaving my magic on the web.
ここにステイシー・ジョンソンが入るんだったのか。女優非常の愛に出演。ほう。パパラッチに対する暴行で逮捕。つながりあんのかな、ステイシー・ジョンソンは。ラチェットと。でも乗ってないわけだからな。チケット買い取って乗ってないわけ。
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
説得。記者だと言って、あ、記者。記者
I'm
だ
a journalist for a
記者
major
で。
online site.
I've had it with journalists. I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
Wait,
Wait! あ、記者ダメだった。刑
my
事。
name is Joanna Locke.
なん
I'm
で
a
嘘
police
ついたんだ。
detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
ステイシーを脅しつける。アームストロング事件の話をする。話をしてみる。
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little girl.
I'm a police officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
それは真実だ。
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a
ホラー映画で
slasher.
子守の役を
I
演
was
じ
killed
た
in the first episode, but
最初のエピソード
got
で
me interested in
殺された。
helping kids.
そうなんだ。それだけで。
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to
お、
help.
Getting
い
me
い
on
人だ
that train。will
こいつは
help
本
more
当
than
ただ
you
の
can
乗り合わ
imagine.
せの人だったのか。
You want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to
何ヶ
this
月も
trip.
前に予約して楽しみにしてた。さっきまで全然また違ってるじゃん。倍額で買い取ろう。
I'll give you twice what you paid for the ticket.
You think I care
お金の問題だと思ってんの？分かってないわね。切りますよ、失礼。マジかよ。ダメなのかよ。何でもするっつってたじゃないか、子供の。
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast
あの怪物を終身刑にするチャンスですよ。
Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
いや、ようやくか。苦しむすべての子供たちのため。やった。これでか。これで乗り込んだ理由が分かったな。
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time.
休暇。
I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, なるほどね。追い詰めたわけだ。So many others as well. You know the rest.
でも証拠とかあんま揃ってないから結局捕まえきれないんじゃないのか。そしてまた再びオリエント急行に場面は変わった。
And that's how I found myself on this train, on Ratchet's trail. The rest, you know. My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead.
ミズロックは無実だろうか容疑者だろうか。ミズロックはさすがに無実だろう。
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements
警察だからな。刑事としての仕事をね。
eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt.
疑っとったかな。
Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see
すでにことが明らかになりつつあります。
Whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No. I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection,
食堂車にお連れ。無理やり
On the contrary.
食べることは有益です。まあ栄養は取らないと。
I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
なるほど。
You may be certain of it.
ラチェットを殺したのは誰？ミシェル氏を事情聴取する。ミズ・シュミットに事情聴取する。マックイーンさんは。
All that snow.
Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes. Unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow.
101。あ、コンスタンティンじゃん。あれなんだ。
Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects
ブークのあれか。
Are you all right, Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily.
ここは関係ないか。 ミシェルはここにいるか？いないな。
I have nothing to ask
彼女ら
them
に
at
今
the
聞く
moment.
ことはない。そっとしてお
Should
こ
leave
う。
them alone.
扉開けっぱなしで。
Good evening, Fräulein
シュミッ
Schmidt.
トさん
May
だ。
I disturb you for a moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not
そう
think
で
I have a
す。
choice.
あなたがミズロックに薬を持った。もういきなり意識を回復したっていう。
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you
さ
what
す
had
がに
happened
な、
to
ま
her?
だ証拠がないか？カップの残留物。
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
あなたは睡眠
I
薬を持っ
know
ている。
you have sleeping pills, Fräulein.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds it difficult to sleep? I believe the Countess Andreni takes them. And I heard the Olsen woman thanking Mrs. Hubbard for a pill.
That was aspirin.
If you say so.
死にかけた。こ
Mademoiselle
っちだった
Locke
か。
could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my god. What did I
Oh.
do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few
こい
hours
つがや
while
っ
we
た
had
んだ。
time.
We?
時間を
for
稼ぐ。
what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to
何らかの関係がある。
Armstrong case.
そうか、まだつながりがない人物がいたもんな。アームストロング事件とのつながりは、公爵人の料理人、アームストロング家の料理人、付き人、料理人だったんじゃない？アームストロング家の料理人。
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have
他は
all
誰
the
だ？
pieces of the
パズルの
puzzle
ピー
in
スは
my
すべてこの
possession.
手中にある。揃ってきたか、パズルのピースが。
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure. When the matter is
ク
resolved.
ライマックスは近いか。
You're right,
料
Mr.
理
Book. This
楽しい。
dessert is delicious.
デザー
I'm
トだ
glad
もん。
we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entree will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for
結論はまだです。私が戻ったらまた。まあ、全部やらないと報告はあれか。
He is in good hands. Hotaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
のんきだな、おっさん。どんだけ食べてんだ、こいつ。デザート。皿が回転寿司じゃないんだぞ。デザート食いすぎだろ。あれ、他の人いないな。
Not now! Not now! I have a dinner to prepare. Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
301。301、あ、301ミシェルか。
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel.
Caged.
Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea.
私は
I just
運んだ
brought
だ
it.
けで
So
す。
it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others.
まだこいつの可能性もあんの？あれ？あ、この写真は？
You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder
Suzanne
to pay
no.
my rent. I always forget and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in
関与している。
the drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I
知ってる
know
顔が画面に
why
複数
I
見え
know
た。
more than one of those people on the screen.
左の人物は誰なのか。左の人物がミシェルか。スザンヌの父親か。で、右の人物は恋人だ。
Good job.
恋人もいるよな。中央の人物、スザンヌ。
Good.
ハッピーバースデーって書いてる。ハードマンだ。
Yes.
これで繋がったぞ。
That's the right answer.
ほぼ全ての乗客に
You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy
アームストロングの事件と
My
関係があることが
on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name.
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most
なるほど。
sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was
薬を
only
入
to
れ
keep
た
her
って言ってる
quiet
こっちも。
until I couldn't.
睡眠薬が効きすぎてしま
But
っ
she
たので
reacted
す。
so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now.
ミスター・ハードマンはミスター・ミシェルのボーイフレンド。ミスター・ハードマンはミスター・ミシェルの義理の息子。そうだ。こっちじゃないよな。
Monsieur Hardman was
婚約
Suzanne's
者。
fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
こんな偶然があるとは思えない。
Much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what
隣の客室に様子を見に行こう。隣の客室。隣の客室は誰だ？あ、カチャカチャしてた。カチャカチャ。カチャカチャしてた音、これだったんだ。
Watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a
探
detective
偵
too.
っつってたもんな、こいつも。
I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some
馬鹿げた作り話は無用。
But really,
Michelle has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh, I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. We got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me, if only.
そうか、ノア、そうなあ、ボーイフレンドノアだったな。でも愛してなかった。喧嘩したから一時的になんかあれだったのか。ミシェルとシュミットの両方がロック刑事のおっちゃん。だからそれで過剰摂取に至った。そこはなんか繋がってなかったんだ。どっちもが入れたのかよ。じゃあ合図しろよ、お前ら。俺がやるぜみたいなないんだ。まだ食べとる。
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel.Both admitted
まさか2人から入れられるとはな、思ってないだろう。
Explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer.
そんなことじゃないんだよ。
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
すべてはアームストロング事件だ。
Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible!What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
そんな偶然は宝くじで当選するほどの確率か。意外と当たるかもな。
So she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home.It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this
手がかりいくつかは意図的に私に見せられていた。おう、証拠がね。なぜそう思わせようとしたのか。列車に殺人犯が乗り込み、ラチェットを殺しすぐに降りていった。列車に殺人犯が乗り込み、ラチェットを殺したがまだ車内にいる。列車に殺人犯が乗り込み、ラチェットを殺しベオグラードで降りた。ベオグラードかな。駅はすぐに降りたのあんま分からんけどな。違う。まだ車内にいるのはいいのか。でも仮説としては逃げた方が正しいよな。ミスリードって
Some clues and information collected so far
ある仮説が立った
a
な。
hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lee conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why indeed? Let me
もう一度最初から説明しましょう。最初から俺のターンじゃねえか。上着を脱いだ。殺して部屋を出て行った。上着を脱ぐのは最後かな。列車が止まりミスター・ミシェルはプラットフォームに降りた。これ真ん中ぐらいかな。上着のボタンを落とした。ナイフを隠し。でも脱出が最後だろう。殺人者はシャワー列車を降りた。ボタンが取れた。でも上着を脱ぐ前か。上着を脱ぐ前にボタンが取れたのか。 殺したのは先。殺したのが先だよな。列車に戻り、列車は午前、発車してる。発車が最後か、じゃあ。こうか。殺人犯が降りて、列車が発車。こうかな。あれ違う。
That is not a good answer.
列車に乗り込み車掌になりすます。あ、先に止まってがこっちが先か。乗り込む前に止まらないとな。こうか。よし。
My little gray cells did not.
Mon Dieu! Oui!
すべて辻褄が合う。
Everything fits so well!
It fits too
むしろ合いすぎるのだ。
Other clues lead to a
二つ目の仮説も来た。
hypothesis much more plausible.
二つ目の仮説ここで言うのか。事件に関わっている。ついに真相に
I'm right again.
たどり着けそうだ
That
ぞ。
happens to me a lot. So, we have
殺人犯は
multiple
複数いて
murderers,
全員が
all
アームストロング
related
事
to
件
the
に関わ
Armstrong
っている。
The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you
さ
to
らに
deal with,
名探
but
偵
now
が
they
乗り合わせ
had,
たことか。
and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot.
世界一の探偵エルキュール・ポアロの手に落ちたことです。
Multiple murderers?
自分で言う。
Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case? And
わ
who
から
is
ない。
not?
My poor friend, I
友
have
が
gone
気の毒に
speeding out
君を
of
置
the
き去りにして
station
しまったよう
without
だ。
you. I will continue.
続けます。もうここでもう紐解いていく感じだな。9人の人物。アーチボルト・アーバス・ノット。ナタリーア・ドラゴミノフ。メアリ・デブナム。9人か。でもナタリア。アントニオ。ホスカレリ。ヘクター・マックイーン。サイラス・ハードマン。ヘレナ・アンドレニ。ラチェットもいるじゃん。ラチェット。シュミット。ミシェル。あ、これで9人か。でも、合ってんのかな。ハバードとかは関係ないのか。ハバードとマスターマンは関係ないのかな。オールソンも。
Think,
あれ
Poirot, that is not a good answer.
ちょっと違う。一人だけ違った。あ、そうか。アーチボルト・アーマス・ノットは関係ない。そうか、まだつながりが出てないか。9人だもんな。しかも12個の刺し傷があったわけだもんな。そうか。あと1人。あ、ジョアンナか。これは事件とつながりがあるのはジョアンナムかな。そうだな。そういうことだな。別に犯人かどうかは
That's the right
関係ないもん
answer.
な。
Fräulein Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur
まだ
Hartmann, and
多少
Monsieur
残ってんの
McQueen
か。
are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Luck and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the
9人
Armstrong case.
でもラチェットとロック刑事を入れて9人だから7人でしょ。
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone?
つまりまだ
Constantine? The train
5
crew
人。
other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent.
Excellent.
I have always thought this
5
moment
人
in a case
いるっ
is
て
much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs
手
on
錠を
him.
かけるだけで満
There
足。
is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling?
お披露目すんのも、もう、でも、これでいい
Then I
の
will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
すべての謎が解けたのかまだ、微妙に関連性、もうないのかな。でも12個の刺し傷だったのに。これで、お披露目パーティー食堂車でしょ。食堂車にいたのに。食堂車にいるよ。私は食堂車にいますけど。ラウンジカー。ラウンジカーってどこだ？こっちじゃないよな。一旦向こうかな。一旦出ればいいな。食堂車に行くが終わったな。ここがラウンジカーか。殺人事件を解決するになってる。もう、まさかの、急に。
Monsieur Book, are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage
最後の幕の舞台は整っただって。
Ladies and gentlemen,
レディース・アン・ジ
I
ェン
have
トルメン。
gathered you together to hear my
推理を披露
reconstruction
するぞ。
of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but
2
two
パターンの謎解
possible
き。
solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Book and Dr. Constantine here to judge
どちらが
which
正しいか聞いてみま
is
す。
the correct one.
Two solutions?
Mr.
さっ
Poirot,
きやっただ
I'm
ろ。
hardly qualified.
ブークには。
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is
第
my
一の仮
first
説。
theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draft. This man stabbed him with great ferocity.
まあさすがにちょっと無理があるわな。
He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's
まあ若干辻褄合うか。
Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used
バッ
into
グに
Mrs. Hubbard's
わざわざ
handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into
わざわ
Detective
ざスーツケー
Locke's
スに
suitcase
ジャケットを
to
入れる。
cast suspicion on her.
なすりつける
And
ために。
a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
みんななんかちょっと安心したかのような表情か。
That is the first hypothesis.
第一の仮説です。
But there's a second.
第二もあります。
We must examine the motive for the crime.
ラチェットはなぜ殺されたの
Was
か。
Ratchet killed?
復
The
讐。
motive is
急に
clear.
俺の操作。
Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen. And we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned.
出発の数ヶ月前だな。
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
デイジーを殺したのはラチェッ
It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal. Yet others were not
かすり
much
傷
more
程度。
than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
12箇所の刺し傷が意味するのは陪審員の人数、米国での陪審員の人数。そうなの。デイジーの年齢。デイジー12歳じゃないよな。いやでも生きてたら12歳。いやそんな言ってないか。そんな言ってないよな。4年ぐらいしか経ってないはずだから。陪審員の人数なの？そうなの？急に陪審員の人数。でもデイジー関係あるか？何陪審員の人数って12人ぐらいだ気がするけどな。だからその12人の陪審員のあれで裁きを下したみたいなことかな。
12 stabs. 12.
12。
The same number as a
そうなんだ。
trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death,
そう。
but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously
なるほど。
planned for everything
そこに見立てたの。
except
Snow.
snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two
探偵のほか
detectives
刑事ま
on
で
the
も
train.
がいたこと。
They had to
不運すぎるよ
improvise
な。
to hastily add clues and false leads.
手がかりや。赤い着物。
This woman in a red
赤い着物の
kimono
女性などいな
doesn't
かった。
exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade
か乱す
to
る。
introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters.
壊れた時計全部がそう。
Time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime.
電子タバ
A vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur
証拠を
McPhee.
残して
Impossible
怪
then
し
to
くする
suspect
け
him.
どアリバイがあることでみたいな混乱させたのか。
The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot.
I am
understood
Poirot.
the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are.
真犯人を特定する時が来ました。
Detective Locke.
ロック刑事から始めよう。いいえ、あ、一人ずつ、一人ずつなんか、刑事である。刑事である事実は、彼女が無実だと証明するものではない。ああ、そういうことか。薬を盛られていた。まあ、ちゃんとしたあれがないとダメってことね。
Was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had
自分で決めれんのかな、犯人を。そういうわけじゃないのかな、さすがに。マックイーンさん。
When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, but I thought we had... I think he
私たちは。手がかりは全部隠滅したと思ってたのに。
You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
刺したはいでいいのかな。父親のため。
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go.
若い女性刑事はロックか。
But never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you. How he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken. His faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty,
父親のために。
Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman.
刺したでいいのかな。歯が痛かったから刺した。むちゃくちゃだな。睡眠薬を飲ませたから。執事だからね。
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth.
アームストロング大佐の軍事補佐でした。あ、ここで明らかになるんだな。
I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this
なるほどね。
It was very wrong of me, sir, but I
そう
knew
か
how。suspicious.
つながりがない人物たちも。
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
二人目だ。
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What?
ブークに。
A suspicious
急に
stone?
ブーク来た。こんなに箸休めかな。いいえ。友人だからっていうので、ポアロは決めてたらダメだな。客室を見つけてくれたから。列車の、そうだな、名探偵だと知ってるやつをわざわざ乗せないわな。
Book, my friend, of course you are not guilty.
乗せたら
You did
ね、犯行が
everything you could to
ダメ
get
だ。
me on this
めちゃくちゃになっ
train.
ちゃう
What
からな。
madness would
乗
cause
せ
you
て
to
しまったのは
ensure,
ね。
and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime.
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship.
友
Let
達
us
は関係ない。
consider our ever-efficient
次は
wagon
ミシェル。
conductor,
うん、ブークは箸休めだったな。ミシェル。まあミシェルはね、父親だから。
No,
あれ
that is
この
his
動機では
motive.
ダメなんだ。
I need a
彼の
real
動機か。
plausible
明白な
proof.
証拠が必要なんだ。なるほど。そういうことか。動機じゃなく証拠がいるんだな。ちゃんとしてるな。
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you. But the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several
で、
passengers.
動機か。
And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
これで
Let's move
3人
on
目。
now to Monsieur Hardman.
次は
one
ハード
of
マンさん。
three detectives on this train.
はい。証拠はミスター・ミシェルが証言したか
Monsieur
らでいいのか。
Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre
あなた
Michel.
が守っていたのはミシェル。
However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down
ラチェッ
and
トを突き止
finally
めたの
avenge
か。
the death of your beloved.
すごいな。探偵のスキルがある。探偵のスキルいいな。すごいな。俺にもく
I
れ。
never doubted it.
転生したら探偵のスキルくれ。
Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook.
料理人。はい。水ロックに、まあでも薬も持ったからな。証拠としては
Fraulein
薬を持ったか
Schmidt,
ら。
you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to
アンドレニ
Countess
伯爵夫人。
I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it?
伯爵夫人は刺した。
Even if it seems logical,
あれ
it's more complicated than
理に
that.
かなってる
I
実際はまだ
believe
複雑
Countess Andrei.
伯爵夫人は刺してないのか。え、伯爵夫人は刺してないのか。無実である証拠は。でも道徳上人を刺すことはできない。力はない。そんなことはないだろう。妹だから、妹だったら証拠はある。道徳上
Countess Andreni, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason
十
in
分
the
な証
world
拠はあ
to
るけ
want
ど
to avenge her. But you were
人を刺すことが
incapable
で
of
きない。
stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family.
そうな
The
んだ。
night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony
睡眠薬を飲んで、とりあえずなんかあれかでも。
also in a drugged
そうか、この人は刺してないんだでも。
When you awoke, You thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you.
伯爵はだ刺したのか。伯爵はじゃあ刺したよある。顔が気に入らなかったから、顔が気に入らないで刺されたらたまったもんじゃないぜ。身代わりになるためか。スポーツ選手関係あるかここで。
12 people, a jury.
そうか、身代わりになるために。
All of you, if Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her
ちょっと違うな。まあちょっとね、まあ登場人物も若干多そうだしね。
I've seen how fiercely you
原作は両方指してんじゃなかったかな。
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything.
守るために愛する奥さんを。でも旦那は直接つながりはないはずだよな。アームストロングとつながりはなかったんで。でも原作は両方指してるのかな。指してるような気がするけどな。トスカレリは指してる。イタリア人スポーツ選手関係ないのがどんどん増えてきたな。
Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the
Tonio.
house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you,
そしてオールソンさん。
a champion for the immigrants.
オールソンさんあんまり知らないんだけど。オールソンさんは何もなんだ。はいかな。はいにしてみるか。はいなん。アリバイ証言か。
Admittedly, she lied to me about Mademoiselle Debenham's schedule. But one lie does not convict her.
一度の嘘で有罪にはできない。控えめな性格もおかしいだろう。夫人の掛け金の件でか。逆にそっちのそれでいけるんだ。
A story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
この人はつながりは。
I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was
みんなデイジーのことがね、好きだった。
So patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
なるほど。
Thank you, Mademoiselle.
まあこの人もあれか。子守だったのか。子守、看護師、でも看護師、でもわざわざ看護師だけでつくか。子守でいいんじゃん。でも絆創膏っつってたけどな。子守でいい。違うのか。スザンヌ2人いてもいいだろ、子守が。交代制だろ、普通。看護師いるんだ。もうすごいな。専属の看護師か。あれコンスタンティン氏。コンスタンティン氏は大丈夫。大丈夫。多分大丈夫じゃん。めっちゃ喋るな。めっちゃ喋るじゃん。今いいえか？さすがにいいえかな。捜査を手伝ったからかな。違うか。ブークの証言か。アリバイはブークの証言か。
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham
デブナ
and
ムさ
Captain
ん、
Arbuthnot,
アーバスノット対
whose relationship
二人の
was
関係は
not in
恋
doubt
人。
from the moment I inspected
で
your
も二人
room
は
at the
二人が
hotel.
アームストロング事件に関係してるかどうかまだわから
I
ん。
do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John
で
Armstrong.
も元軍人だからな。元軍人だからな。やっぱりそうじゃ、なんか、あ、でもなんか料理人、いとこ、兄弟。秘書、軍人、庭師。軍人だろ。あ、これ一個でいいのかな。一個。そういうことか。
My
軍
little
人。
vessels did not let me down. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until...
なるほど。
Until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong
関係は明ら
family
か
was
ではない
not obvious. Then I remembered
現
the
在のお仕
job
事。
you currently hold.
え、仕事は教師だったか？看護師、家庭教師か。デイジーの。
That was easy.
なるほど。
You were the teacher of...
デイジーじゃないの。
No,
あれ
she
デイ
was
ジー
the
じゃない。
teacher of Countess Andreni.
ヘレナ・アンドレニの家庭教師だ。
You were the teacher of Helena Andreni, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andreni.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
ここで繋がったのか。
Captain Arbuthnot.
アーバスノットは刺した。ペイプのリキッド。
No,
じゃない。
his vial found at the crime scene was a decoy.
カートリッジはおとりだけど、証言かじゃん。
You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks
あ、
to
でも
Mr.
死亡時刻が違うからか。
But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof. Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham,
デブナム。オールソンが証言か。
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot.
まあ同室の人が刺してたら
Are you
刺してるだろ
I
う
will be。
大体。
Now I must turn to Sonia
そして
Armstrong's godmother.
これで何人目だ？
Princess
最後かな？
Dragomiro.
ドラゴミロフ。最後か。左利きだから。まあ左利き、まず左利きが証拠になるんじゃない？
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, Your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person
左利きはあなただけ。
and the single blow to Ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end
最後は
with
ハバード夫
This
人
is a bird. Or
そう
should
か
I
まだいた
say
かハバード夫人またの名をソニア・アームストロングかそうかこれがソニア・アームストロングなのちょっとややこしくなってくるな名前リンダ・アーデンは誰リンダ・アーデン知らないしなソニア・アームストロングじゃないよなじゃないじゃないじゃんソニア・アームストロングはそらこの辺ちょっと名字と名前がどっちがどっちだったかわからなくなるリンダ・アーデンは誰だリンダ・アーデンって誰だみんな驚いてる
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madam.
Actor.
Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious.
関係はなんかいっぱいあるなソニアの母親ではないデイジーの母親でもない名付け親でもないアンドレに伯爵夫人の名付け親伯爵夫人の名付け親そんなことあるか伯爵夫人のおばかおばあたりかおばあたり妹かおばかあたりおばってほど年齢はあれだもんなアンドレに伯爵夫人かでもアンドレに伯爵夫人は若い方だよねドラグミロフ公爵夫人は年いった方の妹の可能性あるなおばか妹じゃない
Think, Poirot.
違う
That is not a good answer.
こっちの
This
あ
is
違う
wrong, but I'm never
え
far from the truth.
誰だソニアがちょっといまいちなソニアがアンドレに伯爵夫人ってことでいいのかなソニアの妹なわけないソニアの母親か母親になるのかまさかそういうこと
That was easy. Mrs. Hubbard.
ソニア・アームストロングとアンドレニ夫人の母親
Armstrong and Mrs.
ソニア・アームストロングはあれかデイジーの母親かなかなか名前が難しいな
Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic. Each
外
person
国の人の名前は
playing his
全然
or
覚えられ
her
ない
allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So with the servants, we decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us.
12人にこだわっていた。なるほど、陪審員の数。
stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east sooner or later by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us.
これが全ての真相。
If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it. All these good, faithful souls.
さあ、結末はどうなる？
a director
ブ
of the
ーク。
company, Monsieur Book. What do you say?
どうすんだ、ブー
In
ク。
my opinion, Poirot,
君の出した最初の理論、
put forward
正しかったと思うよ。あ、ブークが優しいやつだ
I
な。
suggest that that is the solution we offer to the police.
コンスタンティンは。
You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two
あ、コンスタンティン
fantastic
も。
suggestions.
刑事はどうする？でも刑事が、では一見落着だじゃない。ロック刑事は。
I have the honor
え
to retire
刑事いるけど
from
な。
the case.
いいの刑事は。えロック刑事は。これで終わり？ロック刑事何も言わないのか、そこは。あ、解決した。そこはもう原作での通りのような。あ、終わりエンディングだエンディングやんけ急に終わってもうたいきなり終わったなんだあ、なんだあ、何クレジットがなんだ目を開けた
I'm sorry to wake you up
夜
in the
中に
middle of
申
the
し訳
night,
ない
Poirot.
で
But
も
it
急
couldn't
ぎなんだ
wait. There was a detail that
え
bothered me
ラ
in
チ
my
ェットの
preliminary
遺体を解
autopsy
剖
of
したら気になる
Ratchet's
点
body.
が
I went back to
調べに戻ったら
examine the
傷の
body
中に
and I
隠された
discovered a
別の傷を
wound
見つけた
covered by another.
え
The blow I hadn't seen was
薄く
delivered
鋭い
by
刃物
a
で作られ
thinner,
たものだ
sharper blade. So there were not 12.
刺し傷の数は12ではなく13
12 stabs
え
for 12 jurors. It doesn't work. with
傷が13個ではおかしい数が合わない急にえエンディングかと思わせて
Who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different
凶器
knife
は別の刃
will do.
物だ
There is only
答えは一
one
つどういうわけ
explanation.
か
Somehow, some way,
まだ事件は終わっていないということか
murderer on this
13人目の殺人犯
The case is not solved.
急に何エンディングじゃないのあエンディングじゃないなんだこれ仮面舞踏会みたいな何オリエント急行午前9時ここまでが原作だったってことかこっからオリジナルなのかな え、どうなるんだ。
Please come in.
でも最後、あれ勝手に終わんのかな。エンディングってことか。
Yes.
動き出してるね。も
Was finally cleared while
でも
we
もしかして列車が終わってかな。
We will arrive in Venice
まだ
this
続く
evening.
のか。
The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the
13人目はどうする。手がかりは。
Do you have a lead?
I thought about it.
一つだけ見落としていた手がかりがあった。
Left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe
人
mentioned
と会
an
うと書いてあっ
appointment
た。
in Venice. Someone with the
AW.
initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him.
いつどこでラチェットと面会したか。刑事か。刑事しか残ってないけどな。でも終わりかと思いきや、皆さんこんにちは。のっちさんこんにちはです。終わりかと思いきやね。刑事だってさ、そこで何も言わなかったしな。刑事しか残ってないもんな。でもまあ結局事件は別にいいんじゃないの。あれでいいんじゃないの。いつどこでラチェットと面会したか。会う場所。オリエント急行か。時刻。午前、午後。午後10時かな。日付。これ確認できる。あ、確認したらいい。あ、違うわ。日記、あ、ここで日記見ればいいのか。AW 誰かいたのかな。18日だ。18日の22時って書いてるな。18日ベネチア。あれ違う。あれあ、これか。デイコニーリ。
I'm right again. That happens to me.
新たな謎が見つかった。マジかよ。ヘイスティングス役を探す。ベネチアで捜査を手助けしてくれる人物が必要だ。コンスタンティン医師に話しかける。まだ続くのか、まさか。意外とだな。まだ謎が残されていたのか。あ、牛めっちゃいる。マジかよ。こっからどうなるんだ。じゃあ駅、あれかな、列車から降りることになるのかな。ちょっとじゃあ微妙な時間になりそうだからな。ここで一回区切っとくか。俺は1時間50分前にいます。あ、コメントはリアルタイムで出てるから、わざわざありがとうございます。一旦じゃあここで区切るしかないね。とりあえず。まだもうちょっと続きそうだからな。意外な結末になるのか。13人目の殺人犯とは一体。私も1時間くらいはこっそりいました。そうなんだ。こっそり。よし、じゃあとりあえずここまでにして、また続きは次回にしましょう。気になるね。オリエント急行。原作のように終わるのかと思いきや、まだ続きそうな展開で、どういう結末になるのか。クレジットが流れたのはまんまとやられたけどな。面白い演出だったな。また次回やっていきましょう。まあ明日か明後日かぐらいにはまたやると思います。またよかったらぜひ見に来てください。それでは皆さんご視聴 ありがとうございました。お疲れ様でした。